going to come in again because I don't know what's going on. At least this one's got the chat. This one's got the camera's working, the mic's working. There is everything seems to be. It's I pointed this. I'm bloody well. So let me share this out. I swear to Christ, if this goes wrong, I'm giving it 10 minutes. I'm not even kidding. This motherfucker has 10 minutes. If it fucks up, I'm giving up. You're gonna have to just listen again, because I don't know. You are just gonna have to listen to the. It's me fucking around because there's no one in here. So if you're here watching this, like, first of all, go away. I've never been so mad. I haven't done a live gig in front of an audience that has driven me as to the pissing edge of misery and mass murder and Holocaust denial that this one has done now. That's shared. That's it. What we got now? Oh, we've got people here. Right, there's 3 people. 3 people. Matt Hale, a Maher's colleague, and a Godless Heat. Well, bugger you. I'm just going to relax a second. I need to get my composure. Only one way you can relax when you're trying to get chill and yes.
Now these backtrapping, backtracking pieces of trash. I'm so angry, I can't even talk. Keep me alive. Yes, more. Oh, like a good dog, you all do as you are told, cause vaccinations made you retarded. I tell you every day about the NWO and all the inside jobs that they've ever did. And nerds like the ACLU want free abortions, killing babies, even in the 3rd term. So I'll shout and spit and I'll lose my shit, cause life begins when the egg meets the sperm. It's a CONSPIRAC theory. I'll build a bird and Rothschild control the news and media. Oh, but they don't control me. And the climate don't change, they just make hurricanes using HAARP. We're gonna take them down, but you're gonna have to go and buy all of my DVDs. They've taken our freedom, they steal our babies and they eat them, or they violate them sexually. And they're gonna take away your GUN while some queers give you HIV. Oh, the TSA put their hands down my pants and MOLDST me. Cause it's WHITEGNOCIDE. Oh, the AAACPNGLAADIFE. But I'm racist cause I joined the KKK and made a road swing from a tree. Oh, the CIA and FBI, all those monsters down in DC. All there, all Justin Bieber!
Right, that's relaxed now. Chilled, fine. Well, I'm not actually. I'm just it's 6. It's 20 past 6. I was meant to start this at 2. It's taken 4 attempts. I've been doing this for 6.5 years. You know, I practically invented the internet. I'm so old. It was on diesel-powered fucking internet when I was a kid. You know, why has this been such a... I just hate it. I don't know why I'm so worked up, but there you go. Now. And the camera... There we go. I should have just been chained up like this. Gimp mask on. So, yes, something's happened to the show. I apologise for the inconvenience, but why fucking not? Everything else has gone wrong. What are we doing now? I don't know how far behind you are from what I'm saying. So I need to say something, a word, and see how long it takes you to type it. It needs to be a random. Okay. Let's see. Fucking cunty bollocks. First person to write that, then I'll know how fucking far. Fucking cunty. So I should have started counting, then I've forgotten already. Right. Still no. And you can see now. Well, that's good because the show's been going on for like. I forgot everything I was going to talk about or do. I don't even remember my life prior to this. All I remember is that I must have been born. Stuff happened, and then I ended up trying to spend my life turning on a fucking Google Hangout. You've done nothing all day waiting for this. Well, guess what? This is not going to be a far reach from it. There you go, man. That's about a minute away. Right, you can't call Lewis Beach because they're going to have beach in here. You can't have 2 beaches. Who's ever been in a room with 2 beaches? You know, you can't have 2 people called it. Just stupid. We have Newish Beach. Louis. Talk about your bollocks. Well, you must be a wacky character. Right. Right. There you go. That was the stint of my magic career. Now, I'm not going to open with the song I did earlier because I did that once already. I'm not going to redo fucking, you know, Ice Cube, wrong nigger to fuck with on the ukulele, because you can't do that song twice in one day. You've been to family gatherings. I presume they were yours. I mean, you're in Birmingham. It's not as if you're ever that far away from your family over there. Oh God, got to go out. Brilliant. So that just add to my misery. How's the hand? It's actually fine. Well, I say it's fine. It's like it still stings when I lift heavy stuff, which obviously is not very often. But it's healed. It's healed, is what it is. It's better. I'm oh shit! It's pink. Yes, it's a pink shirt. Yes, it's a pink shirt. Oh, it must have been. Oh, yeah. Oh, I did get asked. I don't know. The Q&A thing's not going on. Okay, fuck it. Fuck the Q&A. I can see your comments. Do you have any fatuous, meaningless questions? If there could possibly be a single thing you don't know about me, then yes, then feel free to ask. I don't think there's anything left though. I'll have to make up more stuff from my life. Okay. That was the most pretentious fucking pre. Oh. I hope you've all visited justiceformenandboys.com today to get your daily dose of justice and education on shit that is written as a joke, but it probably means it, you know. Oh, don't ask about it. Muslim Shire has just stopped dead in its tracks. It's too big a project for me to do as my first animation. So this is why, if you saw my video the other day about the Justice for Men and Boys website, I had 4 animated characters in it. They were only short there, but there was 4 characters. And the reason I did that is because I figured what I'm going to do from now on is to get, so I can sort of get into it a bit easier. I'm going to create more characters and bits and pieces. And when I do a video, I'm going to try and find an excuse to put an animated character in it, because I can now do things. I've worked out how to put like an animated character on the screen with me. So I can have an animated character, I can have an interaction with it, and you can do like something. So it's just like there's always this presence there. There'll always be an appearance from a character. There'll be repeat. So it's kind of like it's creating this idea there's more than one person on the channel. It's not. It's all just me talking to myself. And yeah. So and when I do, and as I can make the bits bigger, and then I can just come up with stuff. And it's just the length of fucking time you have to put. And just trying to do Muslim Shire is just. It's hard to motivate yourself when you're not someone who is. I'm not someone who spends that long. I mean, it took me a month to do that fucking Justice for Men and Boys video, and but that's only because it was taking a month. It took so long to get the fucking stuff for the website. I bought 2 domain names, set up a website, made 4 animations, and I did, you know, and put all that effort just to one video. Right? Do say I'm losing it. Where are the rest? Well, they're not going to be here, are they? Because this isn't the Total D-Bags channel. Yeah, I don't know where they are. If you want us to do it, you know, let's talk about Richard Raspberry. Let's not. I don't know. I heard the name. I don't. But I could tell very quickly that Richard Raspberry is not someone I give a shit about what he thinks, and he's an idiot. So why should we talk about someone we can all really agree on? 10K. Yeah, right. Yeah. That's going to happen. I'm only at 500. It's taken 9 months. I'm there. The thing is, for what I've got, for the I mean, $500 for a channel with less than 6,000 subs is, you know, is quite a good. I mean, like I said, I'd like to sort of just point this out to TJ occasionally. His Patreon is $5,000, so he's only earning 10 times more than me. His channel has like I got less than 1% of his subscriber base. So realistically, if I had his subscriber base, I'd be earning $500,000. Off my phone, I thought I had a fucking soundtrack to my life playing. Right? Let's not blow raspberries at Richard Raspberry on the count of the fact that that is the shittest joke you could possibly do. He probably gets that every day anyway. And if you're going to waste a joke on someone, it might as well not be terrible. Get in trouble. That's what you want. You want to tell a joke. Tell one and get in trouble. He's a hilarious, deplorable simpleton. God, I've never met one of them on the internet. I can't even begin to. I couldn't even think of the last time I met a deplorable simpleton online. What a fucking revelation. Somebody call the Huffington Post. They can do a blog about this. Of course, TJ's a Patreon. God, he's got to get money. Do you think TJ's going to turn down an opportunity to take money off people? Okay. He's a Randy. He's fully Randy and down to the fucking core. You know, he's the sort of guy he sees a fucking disaster on the news. He thinks, "Quick, I've got to make a video. The topic's going to be trending. I need to get the traffic in. I need to fucking exploit people's misery. I can get a few more extra pennies off some fucking adverts." fucking hate that. It's one of my least favorite things on YouTube is the fucking the misery chasers, the people who the view exploiters. Boston Marathon a couple of years ago, bomb goes off. The smoke hasn't cleared. There's still blood and bits of fucking bone everywhere. Mr. Repsion does a video because we need to know what he thinks at this stage. I'm sat here thinking, well, you know, I know a bomb's gone off, but that was 2 hours ago. We should have known more information now. Who am I going to turn to in this time of need? I know. I'll turn to this 21-year-old kid who's on the who won't know any more than I fucking do. Oh, because his fans are sat there. I won't give too much credit to his fans, but I don't believe his subscribers are sat there going, oh my God, what's happening in the world? I won't know until he uploads a video. Oh yeah, to be fair to TJ, he's not the only one now. I mean, he's the biggest offender and the longest serving, but they're all like that. God Almighty, Cult of Dusty's not even fucking, doesn't even try to be subtle about it. He's a fucking shameless. He's just in this for himself. They all fucking are. Do you think Thunderfoot or Jacqueline Glenn or Cult of, do you think they're interested in secularism and humanism and activism or all the other bullshit fucking trigger words they use to make it sound like they're talking sense? No, they're here to make money and fucking sell. Logic is nothing more. Christ's sake, they've literally turned logic into a t-shirt slogan and a catchphrase. That's it. And a fucking badass hand single that looks like Mr. Spock's got fucking MS. You know, they're selling a t-shirt, a black t-shirt with logic in plain text for $23. Is there anything that would prove to you that somebody has no fucking concept, interest, or understanding of the application of logic than the fact that they've spent $23 and given it to some talentless mark who's just gone onto Cafe Press and put the word in plain frigging text on a black t-shirt for $23? Go and get a $2 t-shirt from some shitty little store. Then go to a dollar store, get a white marker pen, write the word fucking logic on it. Take the $20 you have, get 2 tens, and send one to me as a thank you for giving you this idea and saving you the money. You've got $10 out of it. Oh, what does that say to people when they say, logic, yes, hello. I think things through very carefully. I'm an incredibly boring, meticulous arsehole. We just have sensible, trustworthy. That's what you want. Totally monogamous. If we just, whilst we're making ourselves sound like a dreary bastard, I just doubt everyone's integrity. I mean, it's obvious. It's not even doubting their integrity. You could doubt anyone's. I don't know. For all I know, Michael, who does Vsauce, whose videos I like, he might be a complete and utter mark, but at least you can't tell. It looks like he's putting the effort in. You know, he's at least looking enthusiastic. You don't know that. You know, he might have all his videos. He might be mental. He might be completely stupid. He doesn't know anything. But it doesn't matter because he's making an effort. It's the shamelessness of how they rip you off. Yeah. And it's just the repeat. It's the repetition. It's the fact that they have taken the words logic, reason, rationality, science, and skeptic, and they've made them mean nothing. I don't give a shit. When someone starts it, if at any point in a video someone uses any of those words, I switch off. I'm like, I don't fucking care. If you're gonna be logical, just fucking be logical. Don't sit there and bang on about it. It does my bloody head in. Pardon me. I'm sorry, I've got Gollum tied up over there. I was just trying to escape. Now, but yeah, that's it. That's it. I just hate because there's this problem, and it's an idea promoted by people like Thunderfoot and all the rest of them, to be honest, that you're religious, right? And then you deconvert, and you instantly become a much better human being with a much more intelligent, much more, you know. You're not. You're the same prick you were yesterday. You just don't believe. You disbelieve one thing less. That's not, you haven't changed. You're the same arsehole. There's going to be vague differences in things like, you know, but you're this. You can't just say, "Oh, now must be completely rational." That's all you need. It's just, I wish people would explain to people what these things are, and also let's stop it. Let's embrace the fact that we're human beings, and part of our nature as human beings is we aren't rational. We're default irrational. We're default illogical. We're default emotionally reactionary and ignorant, and we just go. We act on instinct and blind prejudice 99% of the time. You have to really concentrate to be fucking logical and thoughtful. Why don't we just, and that's the other, people think it's easy. And if you've got that mentality, then you're going to instantly think that every sort of instinctive reaction you have, every sort of, this is why you have so many fucking bigoted knobheads on here, so many racists and sexists and xenophobes and it's anti-Semites. It's because they've convinced themselves that it's logical now because they're atheists and they still believe that. You know, why don't we work on the assumption that actually we're actually more likely to be wrong about everything, or, you know, like everyone else. 99.9% at best, we're wrong about everything. That sounds more fun to me. What people have stopped typing. Is there an evolutionary advantage to being atheist? Well, I don't know. It depends where you live. If you lived somewhere where, okay, if you were living in Stalin's Russia, then yes, there would be an evolution because you wouldn't be killed. Does that bit? No. If it did, my head, like my hair would feel heavier. We know. No, it doesn't. What it does do is it makes lighting a cigarette much more. I have to keep remembering to go every time I light it. I've got, oh shit! I need some sort of beard mask or something. I might as well just get a burqa at this stage. I've got a hair burqa. Oh, let's see what's going on. Oh. Here we go. What is the fuck is President's Day? I don't think that counts as evolution. Well, what does then? I mean, surviving, and the more you're alive, the more likely you are to breed, and that's all you can do. You can't evolve. You can't say no one evolves quicker with what they believe in, do they? But what I'm saying is you're more likely to be alive, and that's all evolution is. But then, who the fuck cares what evolution considers it? Why does that always go into it? I don't give a shit what comment is. People say, see again, that's the other one. They'll just say, if they can't argue against something from a religious standpoint, they'll just go, well, it's like a religion. Go watch every video Thunderfoot's ever made responding to someone who is not a creationist. I guarantee you, at some point in the video, he will find some tenuous, you know, barely fucking noticeable, thin-veiled fucking connection that he can make between that person and a creationist. Oh, Dan Brown. Look at Dan Brown. He's like Glenn Beck. Why? Because they both use a chalkboard. Look at Coughlan. Coughlan is to atheists. This is what he said. He said Dick Coughlan is the Westboro Baptist Church of atheism, because just like how Christians look bad because of the Westboro Baptist Church, I make atheists look bad. I should have been one of the sort of right-wing, reactionary, fucking anti-Semitic, rude, fucking, you know, trolling, abusive. My rights matter more than yours. By the way, you know, it's your own fault. You got rape, love, atheist. I should have been that atheist. That's the one that's going to win the public's heart. Well, it depends what libertarians you're talking about. Yeah. Fucking hell. I need a chair. Can't go it. Oh. Well, you can't really call everything a religion. I mean, religion is a specific set of beliefs based around certain things, but you can, I mean, people, that fucking spanner, I'll tell you what, I nearly fucking felt like having a rant at him. That forbidden Fruit Loop, whatever his name is. God almighty, that fucking God, there's a man who need, if they give the world an enemy, they can put a water pipe on him. He's gone down the religion is a mental illness route. It's just so sad. Like, what are you doing? It's like, because he thinks he's saying something radical and profound that he thinks because he's gone on Wikipedia and he's looked at symptoms for something. That's all you need to understand psychological conditions and psychiatry and mental health issues. You just need to know what illnesses, what symptoms are. Then you can just fucking diagnose anyone. I'm drinking Coca-Cola. It's like a live Q&A. No, it's whatever it is, But yeah, the religion is a mental illness. Those people need to they never make just one video. They always make like 15 videos. It's like a fucking crusade. Number two, not one of them has got any qualifications, understanding, experience, or knowledge in the area of psychology, psychiatry, or any fucking connected with science of the mind. And three, and most importantly, despite the fact they think they have come up with this devastating, groundbreaking fucking scientific discovery via a YouTube video that, if it were true, would require all of the fucking science of the mind to be ripped out, start from scratch, and rewritten from. It would destroy all of them. They'd have to start all over again. Right? He believes he's doing that. Right? And he hasn't decided, I might get into the mental health profession. I might get a job working in mental health because I'm clearly a visionary. And they sit there and think that's it. And you talk about delusional. Have I been watching Raoul and Willet? Of course I fucking have. What's Raoul? I don't fucking pay attention to him. Yeah, Pepsi is much better, but I've got a Coca-Cola. So fuck you. I haven't seen anything anywhere. Willet, in all fairness, Willet stood his ground last video. Yeah, he was all. He was bragging in things, saying, you're not gonna change me, I'm gonna say, and he did. He didn't. I'm sure he was clinking his buttocks with getting his fucking beige pants in a bunch, but he was there. Yes, well, that's obviously, I mean, because that's the reason these people spend 5, 6, 7, 8 years at university learning to be, doctors in psychology and professors and academics, because all they're doing is just reading what the symptoms are. That's all any doctor ever does. Yeah, but here's the other problem with it. First of all, the religion is a mental illness thing. Here's the first problem. Number one, religion. Right, if you're going to start putting it in mental illness, you're now talking about science and things, so they have to be definitions have to be completely and utterly solid. Right? Religion has got nothing to do with what you think. It is not a state of mind. It is not a thought process. It says nothing about about the way your mind works. It is a name given to describe a collective a set of views, beliefs, and opinions on stuff. It's got nothing to do with it. What they're trying to say is believing in God, theism. That's the fucking thing. If they're saying religion is a mental, it's like saying, you could say liberalism. Some people say liberalism is a mental illness. Well, that makes more sense. You can say that, but it's like saying political beliefs. It's like saying politics is a mental illness. Well, politics doesn't tell you anything. what's the right-wing equivalent of Coughlan? Oh, I don't know. Obvious, probably Condell would be the obvious one, but he's twice my age. You know, will it still around? Of course he is. Well, I did a video about him last month, so. What do you do to justify about? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck's that got to do? Beheadings? What beheadings? Who's? Well, here's the thing. Well, actually, Spy Hots, this is the. Yeah, but here's the thing. In fucking Forbidden Fruitcake's fucking video, he links a study done by some secular organisation that he uses quotes from that are taken out of context. He fucking puts them and it applies them to his reasoning to come to the conclusion that religion is a mental illness based on that study. But as someone in the comment section pointed out in a 1,600 word massacre of his video, if you read the actual full study, it comes to the conclusion that in 40% of cases, religion actually is beneficial towards people with mental illness. And even in the rest of the cases, it's inconsequential to whether or not they're mentally ill. It just happens to be, you know, something that's there. And that's in the article. He links as proving him right. It actually not only doesn't prove him right, it shows there's evidence that he's completely fucking wrong. And at that point, you've lost all fucking, you know, you have no credibility whatsoever. I have no, you know, there's no reason I need to take anything he says. And he's done it deliberately. I don't buy that he's fucking taken that out of context and ripped it apart, you know, by accident. He's done it on fucking purpose. Like, Caroline, shut up. I don't care about the English. Would you stop talking about shit that no one's talking about? Right? I don't care about your psychic beach beheading. It was nice of you being psychic and predicting beach beheadings. It was very nice of you to actually fucking tell the people who it was going to happen to. Could you not have sorted that one out? Could you not have told them, seeing as you saw it coming? I'm going to do a prediction now. I'm psychic too. Some point in the future, between now and the next 3,000 years, some mental fucking Muslim person is going to do something crazy and kill people. There you go. I have just proven, I've just made myself a fucking psychic, because I've just predicted something that's definitely going to happen, right? And then I can brag about it when it does, right? And fuck the English Defence League. They're irrelevant beyond fucking any reasonable fucking. They've been irrelevant for a long time, but they've got no fucking sway now. Would I want to go? No, I don't want to go on the fucking Drunken Peasants. Why are people ask me this? No, I'm having a go, mate. I just get asked this every frigging week. Some prick comes along. I've had TJ fucking say 3 or 4 times, even on the show, oh, he's welcome to come. I don't want to go on the show. Why do I want to go on a show, a 3-hour podcast with TJ and his mates sitting there, not fucking, like, basically, to do what? You know, I've got nothing to discuss with him. People can't be just like, what happened to YouTube videos? Every day now, you make a video response to someone will come on saying, well, if you want to have, why don't you have a live debate? Because I don't do live debates. I'm not interested in live debates. I find live debates to be incredibly, utterly unproductive. I think it's much more productive to do a YouTube video where you can lay out your positions very, very clearly, and then that person can watch the video, then go away, research it, prepare it, and you actually have. And then you can have an exchange that's actually where you've actually putting forward your best argument, not the one you thought of. You know, it's just such a boring fucking show. Man, oh, fuck off, Professor Angela. No one cares about you. It's seriously. Whoever fucking who goes on a fucking chat room on the internet on a fucking to sit there and brag about themselves like a cunt, right? Nobody, right? Someone who isn't. I hope you die in a car crash, right? Now I've lost me fucking. I can't see my picture again. There we go. Ugh, why do they come here? Do you think you're going to get modelling work from a YouTube comment? Seriously, who's going to sit there and go, well, this is the guy for us? This is the new face of Barber. This is who we need. This motherfucker here. No one would fucking type that unless it was true. What is this psycho ranting about? I'm ranting about you, you fucking sad bastard. You're the one in here. Why? This is my show. What are you doing in here? You're the one in here. Why are you in here listening to a psycho rant? Why don't you go show off your pecs, Mr. Fucking... Why don't you go do some of that fucking shit for the girls? Why don't you do that? Why do you have to come in? Oh, I'm fucking interrupting myself now. Just kidding. No, you're fucking not. Don't mean it's just kidding. Don't come in here all bloody passive-aggressive and trolling, and then when you get told off, I'm just kidding about it. I was only kidding. No, you fucking weren't. You were being a fucking... You were just being a prat. Is what you are. And that's fine. Everyone else will be. I'm not having a go at that. But don't expect me to sit here and fucking just listen to it. I've got to do something. Have you ever watched The Drunken Pig? No, I'm assuming if... I don't... Yes. I barely get through it. I get through... the first hour I can tolerate. The next 2-3 hours of blokes sitting around watching YouTube videos and talking to people who don't like them. And just, you know, completely having meaningless discussions and sitting there all friends together, backing each other up. They're not having a fucking argument. They're not debating on their own. They won't want to do that. They want to make sure they've got their mates there. You know, it's pointless. There's nothing. There's no reason to go on it. You know, I don't see the fucking point. And I don't see why people have this desire to fucking insist that if you don't, that means there's some issue with it. You know, it doesn't matter. Does it matter whether you want to have a live debate? Yeah. Do I get tired? Yes, I hate it. Yes, straight to open Brett Keane is one of the greatest things ever in the internet. I think it was one of the best. It was one of the great internet nights ever. Because it was just everything you wanted. You know, you were worried it was gonna. You were worried Brett Keane was just going to not turn up, but no, he showed up, and the stupid bastard sat there. Oh, it was beautiful. It was like we've waited all these years on how they treat. I don't know how they treated her because I don't watch the show. You know, I don't watch it. They're going to treat people like shit, particularly if they're people who have got an argument against them that they know is going to be problematic for them. They will sit there and just fucking dismiss it all away, like TJ has been doing, like he did last month, like he did. You know, he's been doing that. You know, I don't give a shit. I didn't know there's a Prophet Muhammad sex simulator. I don't care. What am I? But I don't think I can't. It doesn't matter to me. Go there for a laugh. 3 hours. No, I can't do it. Why don't you bring the other opinion? What opinion? The other opinion of what? What other opinion am I bringing? I'm bringing my opinion. I'm not too sure whether I can bring another one. Have you dealt with mental illness yourself? I've dealt with mentally ill people. Oh, I've known. Who cares what happened to Brett King? He's sitting down on a couch pretending to be a Christian. Well, you do both, really. More full life. He's still making. Yeah, he's still doing that. He's gone full on now. I mean, I know that he did say in a video, because someone sent me it. He said that he was defending the Charlie Hebdo terrorist attack, saying that it's about time someone took out the atheist trash. So he was like, he's basically saying that, you know, it was a good thing that they killed those people. No, mate, you don't understand. I have no reason to talk to them. I'm not going to go on to that podcast because I don't want to. I've got nothing to talk about. Why are people trying to force me onto a podcast that's shit, that I don't want to be on, that has got nothing, they've got nothing to discuss on, and that's going to do nothing for me. There's no reason. It's like you might as well invite me. You might as well invite me to go on America's Top Model. I've got no reason to be there. You know, that's just my point. It's like, I don't care whether TJ likes me or not, and I don't consider his opinion important enough that it matters whether he agrees with me or not. You know, it's not that. That's not the. It's just I don't fucking want to bother fucking do it because it seems like a pile of shit. Am I being a bit too clear? Because it would be, I don't give a shit. Listen, do you not understand this? I don't exist just for, I can be funny without that. I can sit here and be funny without the drunken peasants. Plus, I can do it with a quarter of the manpower and about fucking 1/20th of the biomass and with 1000% more talent and I could do it on my own. I'll draw a frigging cartoon of, have an argument with him myself if you want, but I'm not going to sit there for your own amusement on a fucking in his nice, go into his little den where he just sits there and pretends to have a fucking discussion with someone. You know, I would go on America's Top Model. I'm not the right height. Racist. What beer do you like? I don't like lager. I like a real ale every now and again. But I don't like I don't drink it. If you want to let you no free thinker, you're fucking winding me up and I will find you. Like, do not fuck. I don't have any money, but what I do have is a very specific set of skills. Skills that make me a nightmare to people like you. If you don't stop talking about this, I will hunt you down, I will find you, and I will kill you. Yeah, but I don't want to. I don't care to do it. It's like you're not getting this, man. I realise that people will sit there and go, "Oh, he's got lots of..." Yes, but TJ's got lots of subscribers. But his subscribers are people who enjoy watching him. I don't want those people watching my videos because I'm talking at a level that's just flying over their head. They won't get it. You know, you might as well send fucking Fred Figglehorn's fans after me, or you know, or some shit like that, because they're the ones it's going to make as much sense. As TJ responded, of course he hasn't. He's not that fucking daft. He knows he's got no fucking nothing to. He's got no fucking actual. He can say about it. He can't get out of it. It's there, so he's not gonna. But he's gonna keep sort of trying to just brush it off and then sort of and carry on. He has to, in some respects. You know, I don't know why. I mean, like I said, I'm so significant compared to him, audience-wise. Are you a vegan or vegetarian? Neither. Yes, I also have my own podcast, which, by the way, is brilliant. And you get 2 a month, if that, and it's 45 minutes, and it's actually had thought put into it. I don't sit there and go, let's watch this video. It's not me sitting around on my ass watching videos with my mate. You know, it's actual effort put into it. Yeah. Do you don't even know? Okay. Taken 4-starring the if the have J and B? No, of course I have. Although, interesting story. Last night, Thunderfoot was clearly found out about it, and even though there is no Thunderfoot's name is never mentioned, nor is his real name. You know, and if anyone wants to tell me that that Thunderfoot sat there with an afro moustache, a cartoon mouth with a gold tooth, and a fucking Hitler tash with a picture of Galen and a dildo on the back of his face. If you're going to tell me that anyone's going to think that's him, right? Particularly when the mouth's animated and it's got my voice and it's not got his name, yeah. And this is how, and I know it's got to him. I know it's pissed him off. That I know it's got to him because you know he's not the most, you know, he's always a bit reactionary and he sort of goes on instinct. But last night he did something that there's no reason any sane human being with an ounce of common sense would do. He did, you know, he did something that, and when he did it, I nearly fucking cried with laughter. He retweeted a tweet written by Vindicator, the same Vindicator who's been stalking me for 5 years. That Vindicator. He retweeted one of Vindicator's tweets. He actually sat there and thought, this is the guy. The guy whose best friends list includes Stizor, Mad Shangy, and Atheism Defended, aka this is the guy. And so I'm going to share, and I'm like, fucking God. And I feel good for Vindicator because he must have had the biggest erection. His underpants elastic must have catapulted him across the room. Of course, it does his reputation no good being associated with it. But here's the funny thing. Here's the other funny thing. Here's the other funny thing. Silver Era founders found, he took a screenshot. Mike Buchanan of the Justice for Men and Boys Pie, Mike Buchanan follows Thunderfoot on Twitter. And we thought, well, he's going to follow him on Twitter. But then we went on the fucking official J4MB website, and Mike Buchanan has just released his 2015 election manifesto. Now, this is a manifesto that people are supposed to read and consider voting for him. He references Thunderfoot 3 times as a source for stuff in his manifesto. Think about that for 1 second. It's an official political manifesto for a guy who's running in a political party and it references a guy on YouTube as a source. Particularly some of his videos about how, about campus date rape and, bad date rape, 90% of it is just bad sex. And like, no, it's just with you, right? But it's like, imagine David Cameron trying to release a manifesto and linking a video by how the world works, or it's insanity. It's like, that's it. But then I thought, the funniest thing about that is the fact that, hold on, this is beautiful. He's now referencing that I've accidentally sort of preempted this with Thunderfoot. Thunderfoot's face has now been altered and cartoonified into actually being the Mike Buchanan of the JusticeForMenAndBoys.com parody party, and he's in the manifesto for the actual one. I'm like, I could not have written this. It's like fate came down and said, the satirical comedy writing fairy who said, he have some manna from heaven. I'm like, this is brilliant. He just gave it to me on the bloody platter. Fantastic. Oh, I was pissing myself with laughter, yeah. And of course, I'm preemptively made it clear, if Thunderfoot thinks he's going to try and do he's going to try and sue me for a 3rd time, or he's going to try and make a 5th video after the first 4 failed to fucking, take me down and destroy me as they want. I made it clear that I am never taking that down. No legal threats. There's nothing illegal about it. I know a little bit about what's legally classed as comedy and satire and is protected in fair use and free speech. And that website is. He's got no leg to stand on. He's going to have to sit there, take it on the chin, bend over, and take the humiliation. He's going to have to learn, because I think if you can make a degrading, comical, and rather sort of unflattering cartoon of the Prophet Muhammad, if it's okay for the Prophet Muhammad, it's okay for Thunderfoot. And he's going to have to learn to take a joke. Yeah. That's it. Coughlan, I'm always doing it. Of course, here's the thing that you need to worry. Mike Buchanan is like some extreme fringe nutter, a loner, who's got this extreme radical sort of overhaul of politics that involves regressing back 100 years, going back to very old traditional standards that are from a time where everything was not equal. And he's got all these, and he laments about the past. He talks about how there's this paranoid, it's all based on this paranoid conspiracy theory that stems from nothing more than his own inadequacy and fear. So he creates it to try and rationalize that. And Thunderfoot has appeared in this man's manifesto. Now, the last person on YouTube who appeared in a manifesto by a guy who fit that description was when Pat Condell appeared in Anders Breivik's fucking manifesto. And the body count at the end of that one suggests that Thunderfoot should not be taking this lightly. I would be worried. Because, I mean, basically, Mike Buchanan is just like Elliot Rodgers' dad. Look at this thing about porn laws. I remember last year it was all the UK is going to ban internet porn. You won't be able to get. When did that happen? When did that happen? Did it happen? No, it was only rubbish. It was an absolute fucking stupid story. And they go, oh, you've got these. It's just rubbish. It's gonna. Don't worry. These are token laws that no one listens to. Do you think you're going to struggle to find squirting porn on the internet? Do you honestly think there's going to come a time when that? It's not. It's impossible. There's too much of it, if anything. You could lose 90% of the porn you've ever seen. It would take you 10 lifetimes if I can get through it all. You know? He's a movie producer. No. No. Definitely not. If he are, I don't want to see them. Right, mate. Excuse me. I've already gone over forbidden fruit. Forbidden fruit is just he thinks he's special. He's clearly, I don't know if he's deconverted very recently, but he clearly thinks he's a special snowflake. And he's on some raging fucking jihad against religion, and he's choosing to use mental illness as the which is the fucking, how many times has people failed with that one? You know, here's the other thing you can do with that argument of here's the other thing you can do with the religion as a mental illness, because it's basically an equation with no fucking. It's religion equals mental illness. But like any equation equals, you can flip them over and it exactly works out the same. So you should be able to say mental illness is a religion. Yeah, and you can't, can you? You wouldn't say that. You wouldn't say mental illness is a religion, right? But if what he's saying is that's the case, it's not. But if it was, you should be able to say the same thing. So why not do it that way around? Because then it sounds, because that makes you sound like a right twat, doesn't it? Yeah. Views on 50 Shades. Couldn't give a shit. Never read it. Don't intend to. It's just fucking set. It's just overhyped bollocks. It's. What annoys me is people talk about 50 Shades like it's relevant. Like, we need to discuss the depictions of women and we need to discuss the images there. And what does it say about society? Is there a... It's a fucking... It's a film. It's a shitty film made out of a shitty book that came from, essentially, a shitty fan fiction about Twilight, which is a shitty 3-part film about some teenage girl who goes out with some emo-looking vampire and a werewolf, and they came from a bunch of shitty books all the way back. This is what's fucking we're supposed to be relevant about. We're supposed to... That's the thing that's fucking defining us, is it? No, it's like when people bang on about. It's one of those things. It's got hype so much that people think it's good, or think that it's in some way dangerous. It's like the Da Vinci Code. That was meant to be like a real big scary thing for religion. It's not. The fucking Pope just threatened to ban it, and that's the best PR move you can get. You know, there's nothing. The Catholic Church should flog that as a thing. Like half a million quid. We will threaten to ban something. It will sell 1 million fucking copies. Right, like. You won't even. Some bloke come in, right? Okay, we want to ban this 50-page pamphlet on the history of spanners. There'll people go out and buy them. Please upload. No, I won't upload it as an MP3. It will be available on this channel, and I can't fit it on Spreaker. The Spreaker is for my podcast. No, depression is a form of mental illness. But if you say that mental illness and religion are the same thing, that's not the same. Saying depression is, like, you see, you've chosen something that classifies as a mental illness, right? See, that's not. It doesn't work the same. But you can being seduced by that. Well, you know, let's be honest here. Why wouldn't Thunderfoot join Justice for Men and Boys? Think about it, right? It's a one per. He'll get in there. He's gonna get. I mean, if you read the articles, that Mike Buchanan's posted. He's just there with his tongue shoved 3 foot up his ring piece, fucking rusty trombone going for it. It's like he's just in love with him, and it's like it's probably because Thunderfoot's the only fucking British person who he can find to make reference to. You know? What do you think of Pope Francis? Couldn't give a shit. He's a pope, like the rest of them. He's better than the other popes, but then that's like saying syphilis is a little bit better than HIV. I mean, what happened to the last show? The last show didn't happen. There was no last show. There has been no last show. This is the first. I'm not talking about wrestling. This is not a wrestling podcast. How do I feel about Saga Riccardi? He's crap. He started following me on Twitter. God, I hope he doesn't think I'm going to fucking... I'm interested in talk to him. This is... I'm not. You talk to one bloody men's rights activist, and you've talked to them all, really. So I'm just going to sit there. If he insists on saying something, I might well. But no, he's a waste of time. Why do I see you everywhere, Anna Kirk? Who? Well, what? Maybe did it not occur to you that if you're seeing him everywhere, he's seeing you everywhere too? So think about that. There's a common denominator in you always seeing him, and it's you. They don't. They choose a pope based on who gives a shit. I mean, they'll pick one who's a little bit fucking more leaning, you know, a bit more sort of modern than the last one. But you know, Christ, they're always in their fucking 90s when they hire them. You know? Who cares? No one listens to him. Not even the sodding bloody Catholics listen to him. So the whole point of the Pope is he's supposed to tell you what God's telling him. No one cares. Everyone knows he's a swizz. Oh. Oh. Whoa. Oh, let's get it. No. Oh shit! Yeah. Menthol? Are you fucking joking me? Who made the Pope? Well, the board of popes. They have to find another infallible person, and you never guess every time they find one. It's amazing. You wouldn't believe there were that many infallible people walking around. White power. I did something years ago with Dark Matter. I was in one of his cartoons. I can't remember what it was. Yeah, it was about something. It's something to do with healthcare, but he does animation. You can't just sit there and go. He'll ask me if he wants me to be in anything, but you can't force that. Well, because God's better than you, mate. You don't know how God feels. Look, God does things differently to us. Yeah. God created AIDS because of the tolerance of homosexuals in America and Britain in the 80s, you know, because God thought that was fair. He's like, right, you're going to tolerate homosexuals having sex with each other. I'm going to create a disease that will kill half of Africa. Yes, you can live with that one. This is the greatest. This is my ukulele. I haven't followed the fucking Dark Matter transfer. I haven't followed that. I had my own issues with some of these same fuckers accusing me last week of being transphobic. Because one of them, this user called Baronessa, who used to know me quite well and who has every reason to know that that it was not a fucking comment about transgender people, shared it as if this was some fucking big pop, and then suddenly I've got for 6 hours my Twitter feed exploded with people you know, accusing me of promoting a culture that, you know, supports death of transgender people. It was bloody ridiculous. So I'm not really, I don't really follow that. I don't follow that petty, boring shit anymore. I try not to follow drama. I create a lot, but I don't really follow it. You know, I make videos that will cause it, but I'm not interested in the intricacies of knowing everything that goes on any bloody more. Well, no, what Baronessa did is she also said that I actually have a history of making comments about transgendered people, and these all conveniently took place, according to her, in live shows I did. So there's no record of it. She didn't actually give any examples, but then I could sit around and say, right, how many other minorities or groups or religions or races or genders, sexualities, disabilities, how many types of people do you hear me say something horrific about? And you could easily take that little comment, string it together and say, look, Coughlan's a racist. Look, Coughlan's a Holocaust denier. You know, you could say that. You know, she just seems to think that because she seems to think transgendered people, or because she can't fucking get her head around the idea that someone can say something that sounds horrific, but at the same time do it in a way that comes from a place of no fucking animosity whatsoever. So she seems to think that she's a special snowflake and should be treated differently, and I think that's patronizing to transgender people to say, look, I can't do jokes about you because I can do jokes about all these people, but I can't do jokes about you because apparently you can't handle a joke. You're not able to do it yet. You need to be treated like children. And then I have to say to all the other groups, so I'm going to keep making fun of you, right? It's just stupid. And you know, and it's like, what, as if I've got this history. I've got this long history of supporting of hating transgender people. Where does that come from? You know, where's the evidence that? Am I fucking promoting anything like that? No, I've done a damn thing. You know, can I sing Gangnam Style? I used to be able to do the English version, but I can't remember the words. None, Mike. I don't know what the Illuminati would be. I mean, at least I could join the Illuminati. You know, can't really sort of like, you know, get in there, maybe with a catering. Well, it affects them because they want to live in this world where apparently they're under constant threat. You see, that they go on about how it's anti-male and it's a sexist, misandrist, the Schrodinger's rapist. They'll go on about how that's you know, just sexist against men. It's like, but you do the same fucking thing with something that's even dumber, with false rape accusations. You bang on like it's like any woman. You brush her arm, she's going to accuse you of raping her. You have things like sperm jacking. Like women are somehow, you know, stealing a man's, you know, sperm and then getting pregnant with it and then getting child support off him. And they go on like this is happening on a fucking almost hourly basis. You know, it's like, it's just fucking stupid. It's like, you can't fucking expect, it's like, I'm willing to fucking believe anything that as long as they're, but they won't provide any. They can't tell you even how many cases there have been a year of sperm jacking. And what woman's going to fucking choose that as an option? Who's going to be, how can you steal? I would know if someone did that. I know when I've had an orgasm. If someone can get away with stealing it, fair play to them. Blue Chat. I haven't listened to Blue Chat. Sod that. I said, Mike, can you stop talking about my health? What I might say, I don't. It's just silly. But the MRIs will go on about how, oh, it's easy. They're going about friend zoning because a woman can have sex whenever she wants. It's easy for a woman to get laid. Well, if it's easy for a woman to get laid, why would she go for the hassle? Or does she fancy a challenge? It's like, no, I'm going to go for the fucking complicated rigmarole of trying to steal a man's sperm and inject it into my fucking ovum. But it's just a fantasy world that doesn't exist. You know, it's just not real. It has to be created though, because they have to justify this idea that women are controlling, feminists and women are controlling they're controlling the fucking sort of world, and they're ruling society, and men are being discriminated against, whilst ignoring the elephant in the room of the 85-90% of the government and business and money and everything else that is owned by men. It's controlled and owned by men, and yet somehow the women are thinking, no, we'll sit in the back and we'll tell them what to do. I mean, it's just not really, it doesn't really tie in with anything in reality. They can moan about being discriminated against, but they can't sit there and say it's because they're a bloody man. Most people, it's like most people who fucking complain about being persecuted or discriminated against, they actually are, but it's never for the reason they think it is. Like, it's because I'm white and I'm a man and I'm a working class. No, it's probably because you're poor, or you're uneducated, or you come from a shitty part of the fucking world, or something else like that. You got no money, you got no heritage, you got no name. It's so many classist, elitist shit like that. That's what it normally is. But they get the wrong fucking thing, Of course I'd shave off my hair. I've done it before. Mike, stop asking me about the doctor and how my health. If I was bloody ill, I'd say something. Jesus, take a hint. Oh. Ow. Oh. Jesus. Well, that was a nasty crack. Ah. Oh. Oh, that was a. Oh, yeah, that was a. Whoop. Right. Oh God, if we start talking about MRAs, man, they're going to cram it. They always do. They come in. They find their way around it. They're like bloody divining rods. And they'll find something he's talking about. There's actually a lot of crossover, Reggie. There is a lot of crossover with 70 people. Ain't bad though. There's 70 people here. Well, really. There's 69. Hey, 69, dude. There you go. There's your face. Everyone gets a little joke. Thank you to that person who left so I could make that joke. Yes, but that's because they can't put forward. They don't. The reason they can't be legitimate is because they're trying to make out that they're the worst. But they're not bringing up men's issues that people would be more than happy to fucking hear about from anyone. There's no reason people wouldn't want to hear them. But when you have to they have to over exaggerate and embellish and go so over dramatic with everything. And this is why you end up with, I remember when there was it's like Elevator Gate. That went on for 3.5 fucking years. Rebecca Watson, doesn't want a man at 4 a.m. to chat her up in an elevator because she, God forbid, she assumed that a man talking to her at 4 a.m. in the morning or inviting her back to a hotel room she'd never met might be after a little more than coffee. What an evil bitch is. And that was a 3 years people went on about that. This is the issue that's fucking bothering you. This is how I'm supposed to take you seriously when this is the thing that worries you the most. And it's like, no, who do you care? Why do you care with this? If she'd have gone back to that bloke's room and let's say she got fucking raped by him, do you know what they'd have said then? Well, you shouldn't have been going back to a bloke's hotel room at 4 a.m. in the fucking morning in an hotel in a strange country when you're drunk. It would have been her bloody fault again. So she actually does the fucking sensible thing, the thing that they're always told you've got to look after yourself. So she does, and then what happens? Oh, she's a sexist bitch who doesn't want men to fucking talk to women. It's just stupid. It's like, how does that become an issue? I just don't know. That's what fucking baffles me. You should read the hate mail he gets on Twitter. Who? Richard should. Oh no, Twitter. I don't hate mail. I've done so much hate mail that these days it's hard to find any that's actually worth reading now. Because it's pretty much the same. Do you recommend it? No. I mean, watch it. I wouldn't say it's not a rubbish film. It's horrible though. You'll wish you hadn't watched it. That's what I was told. Don't watch it. You'll just wish you hadn't bothered. Yeah, but it doesn't matter to you. I don't care if she's in. Jesus Christ, we're gonna fucking care whether someone's an insufferable bitch on the internet. How many insufferable bastards are there on the internet? I'm an insufferable bastard. No one's talking about her personality, but you cannot sit there and tell me that there's something weird or sexist about a woman maybe being a bit sort of going, all right, some bloke I don't know in the space of 2 minutes has invited me back to his hotel room at 4 a.m. to have coffee. You know, is it wrong to fucking assume to take the sort of precaution to think maybe there's probably, I don't want to, you know, Mike, I do this all the time. Stop worrying about me and just enjoy yourself, for fuck's sake. Bloody hell. R.I.P. Zalmir was the greatest. Zalmir was the greatest of all time. I just picked some skin off my foot. Put it in my mouth. That's stupid. Women have consented after. Have you noticed this? That Roosh V bloke. I was looking at these pickup artists in general. These guys who fucking write these books, and the other one, Julian Blunt, fuck his face. Do you know something I've noticed? Because I did mind a bit of research. I cannot find one woman who is willing to admit to have slept with any of them. I can't find one woman. There must be one who's willing to fucking come forward and say, you know, if you're telling me there's not one woman who's on the internet who can confirm that these blokes have ever done it, I'm going to know what the V stands for. Find me one. That should be a campaign. Actually, that's going to be a Justice for Men and Boys campaign. We are looking for. There's been a smear campaign put about that no one. Roosh V is a total virgin. So we're coming forward. If you're a woman and you've had sex with him, really, we want you to come forward and admit it. Can we find one? We'll give I'll give £5 to charity for every woman we find who can genuinely fucking say she slept with him. Then that'll be fucking interesting. Well, I also want to start a free Galen campaign. Galen, who's TJ's black manservant, and free Galen, let him go. Release him back into the fucking wild where he belongs. Yeah. I'm not going to sit here on a fucking chat room on the internet and talk with a load of other dudes about porn. Not happening. No. I'm just not doing it. I'm not just willing to say, she has to actually, she can't just come, because that could be, you know, anyone could come forward and say that. I want to know when you met him, where it was, and we can confirm this shit. I want a full investigation into Roosh V and Julian Blanc as to whether any of these people are fucking slept. We don't know. You know, just it's a bizarre fucking lifestyle because they essentially hate women and see them as nothing but holes to stick their willies in, and yet they depend on them. Their life's work is based on, you know, their life's work is based on the idea of needing women and sort of like relying on them to always. It's ridiculous, bloody. Oh, for God's sake! My little soundtrack's going off. We fucking can, and we will. They said that about Nelson Mandela, Josh. They said that you could, that, you know, free Nelson Mandela, you can't let it go. They said it about Tibet. They said it about Palestine. I haven't done with Palestine. Northern Ireland. They said it about lots of people. The Birmingham 6, Guildford 4, Man United 3. You know, they did all those. You can free anything. You can do anything if you can be bothered. If I had a chance to control the world, yes, and I would give myself £100 billion, and then I'd give it away. I'd give it to someone else. I ain't interested in that. fucking world would be a shit state if I fucking was in charge. You don't want to fucking know. You'd be screaming for George Bush to come back. So we get the joke now. It's run its course. Let it go. Let it go. Like Galen. Free Galen. No, that's not an offer that's going to fucking cause a stampede. Not free Galen, release Galen. Let Galen back out into the wild. Give Galen back some dignity and let him live amongst the animals where he can feel more normal. We'll have banners, posters a lot. We'll have a song. We'll get a song by Bob Geldof or whatever. We'll make the most of it, you know what I mean? I don't. Well, you know, Minecraft is like, I haven't played it in a while, but I prefer to play it on my own, to be honest with you. I don't like playing with someone else. It's just, I just prefer walking around, smashing stuff up, and building houses. You know. What the fuck is Magalen? That is a good question, and we have asked that, and we're still not sure. I think science needs to look into it. Not even science should look into that. Maybe we're just better off not knowing what Galen is. Whatever he is, he needs to be set free. He doesn't belong here. Right? It's fucking awful. Oh, give me that bastard thing. Galen's a walnut. Oh, please. It's a walnut. He's too smooth. His skin stretches because his skull's too big for the skin around his head. What's your ideal woman? Oh, my mother. Anyone else's? You ask some stupidly weird questions. Obviously not, Sadie. I wouldn't have brought that up. That wouldn't have popped up at some point between every other horrific story I tell people. You can say that about people said that about fucking AIDS and the third world. Don't want to know about it. That doesn't sound desperate at all, androgynous. Well, no, because edible napalm's not here. Get it? Hold on. Hold on, fucking hell. Oh, how does that fucking go? No. No, that's not it. I'm clearly getting this. I'm trying to figure it out. This is bloody difficult to put your arm around. Right? There's so many relationships in his life, only one or two will last. You go through all the pain and strife, you turn your back and you're gone so fast. Oh shit, now hold on. I've just knocked my camera out. Oh. So hold on to the ones who really care. In the end, they'll be the only ones there. When you get up, start losing your hair. Can you tell me who I still care? Yeah. Can you tell me who I still care? Okay, yeah. I do it up, I do it up, I do. Yeah, yeah. I do it up, I do. And that was, you know, how a bill becomes a law. Jesus Christ, I fucking nearly ripped my toenail off there. I'm not high enough for this. It's your problem, mate, not mine. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. The way that you touch my gets me overwhelmed. The way you smile, the ground, it ain't hard to tell. You don't know. Oh, you don't know you're beautiful. If only you saw what I could see, you'd understand why I want you so desperately. Right now I'm looking at you, but I can't believe you don't know. Oh, you don't know you're beautiful. Best song ever. I can't date anything good. I only know shit songs because they're funnier. Yeah. Well, journey with me into the mind of a maniac, doomed to be a killer since I came out of the nutsack. I'm in a murderous mindset with a heart full of drama. I see the devil in the mirror. What? When they, ugh. I forgot the words to it now. You can't even do the. You can't do the tune at all. But it's that. It's the only Dr. Dre song I knew the words to. Sing about how corruption is inherent. That's going to fucking sell 1 million copies, isn't it? That's what you want on a fucking gig. Hello, everybody. We're here to talk about how we're here to sort of discourage the idea of being aspirational. I don't know the words to "Move, bitch, get out of the way," other than "Move, bitch, get out of the way." I don't know. First of all, anal cunt songs are all like 4 fucking seconds long, and no, it won't be the tune. It will just be a different tune that goes well with it, you know. Sing "Fair Maidens Wash Bloody." But Swagger, shut up. Just stop it. It's not funny anymore. It wasn't funny in the first place. Stop it. I want to get you in the Jordan Home on a 50-yard line where the bread goes kick for 3. And if you like it in the club, we can do it in there DJ code for it. Back at the VIP, whipped cream and cherry strawberries on top like a don't stop. If the donut, why the boat rock, we choked up, the road up, why we gotta wait for the show start. I'm down on the beach in black sand, back on my dick and they call me back man. Tabletop and give me the left dance, rock to the point, to the flat man. That man ain't ludicrous, woo, in the public bathroom, or in the back of the classroom, however you want it. I'm never gonna tap that ass them. See, I cast them, and I cast them, and I got tight grip, and I grasp them, and I blast them, and I stab them, and it ain't good, then you cast them, when I spaz them, and you let them free, and they tell me what they fancy, like I'm on the roof, tell your boyfriend not to be mad, I wanna lick you from your to your toes, and I wanna move from the bed down to the floor, and I wanna, ooh, you make it so good, I wanna leave, but I gotta, no, what you fantasy, I wanna get you in the Georgia Dome, wanna fit you, that's the first verse again, but yeah, that was that, there you go, bloody good, aren't I, when I want to be. Turn one of your comedy bits into a pop song. What, you mean like all the songs? Like the 12 songs there are? Yeah, that won't get me banned, will it, from Google? That'll be acceptable on Google, on the Google's fucking terms of service. Is Coughlan Scott or Irish? Scott or Irish? No, neither. Is this guy drunk or high? I don't know. Why are you here? Do you care? Or are you this Puritan sucking good for nothing? It's like you go around having to know what state people are in? Are you the fucking fun police coming along here? I'm everything. I'm all of them, and neither. I'm both and neither at the same time. Live with that. What's the worst joke you ever told? No, I don't. You know what? Having read your comments, I honestly can't fucking remember them. They're fucking gold next to yours. Thing about Hitler, yeah, that's not covered it. Fucking fuck. Fucking hell. God, it's been an hour and 40 minutes. Jesus Christ. Bloody time drags a bit more these days. Oh. I was younger, it flew fucking by all the time. I actually don't need to sing an Alex Jones impression because I've got. You filthy scum. Have you noticed the public's pretty much retarded now, myself included? Tony Blair flops around the flat ground like a goblin and praises the evil spirit angel of death. We read about it on my website. Do you think I would lie to myself? That's how I know all of my stories are factually accurate. Because they've been putting testosterone into Cheetos for weeks now. And obviously, eating food, there's too many hormones in the food makes you gay, obviously, and there's no reason for you to think that because I weigh 350 pounds that should mean that I am the gayest. I literally live on dick. Because gay people invented the Nazis, That's what an erection was. The zig heil was based on the male genitalia. I won't tell you this in a history book, folks. Child kidnapping rings. Devil government. My favourite thing Alex Jones did in the last year was when he started selling a weight loss supplement with made basically out of plutonium or whatever, and he put it, and the advert, right, which shows the progression and how good it is, was him. It was Alex Jones, and it's like one photo of him just standing there relaxing, and the next one's he's like this, and and he looks like basically the same. It's like it's all chin. It's like this is the best example you could use, Alex. You couldn't even Photoshop yourself thin. You couldn't even do that. No, he just said, because that's what Alex Jones does. He just says something's true and people somehow believe it.
Underneath everything that I am, slowly changing.
I'll be sick if I do that one too much longer. Oh Christ! Would you ever leave us? Yes. I wish you would. Like, stop posting the. I don't know. Extremely rich. What? Yeah, because what I'm going to do when I'm extremely rich. Oh yeah, I'll start working then, won't I? I'll have lots of free time then. And the reason I can't make lots of videos now is because I'm not extremely rich.
These backtracking pieces of trash. I'm so angry I can't even talk.
Was that an impression of Alex Jones? Yes. It was the best impression of Alex Jones you've ever heard. I could sell shaving products. It's not like I'm going to fucking use them, is it? Showing symptoms of a stroke. I think I have been for a while. I think I'm having the slowest stroke ever. You can tell when Alex Jones is like, he stops a bit. He has to take a breath to sort of make more stuff up because he makes that noise.
He was causing in Ukraine now.
And that's that noise. That's that grumble of him. That's his brain trying to get something going there. You know, you're scaring your cat. What's your fucking cat's problem? You would have porn made into you. I would be perfectly happy with that because I don't care. Seriously, if anyone can find something to say or do to me on the internet to make me, I will. And it's actually something impressive that has worse than anything that's been written. Then good luck to them. Fair play to them. That takes a lot of effort. There's nothing left.
Hitler took the guns. Fidel Castro took the guns. Stalin took the guns. Hugo Chavez took the guns. 1776 will commence again.
Hold on, I think I've got it somewhere. Not that one. Where the fuck is it? Oh. Fuck. Fucking Jesus, Herbert Walker Bush. Now, I can't actually remember the words of the other Alex Jones one. I should really do 3 Alex Jones ones. I should do a third one. There's got to be a third one in it. There's so much bollocks. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, excuse me. MJ Orini's. I'm not watching Davis MJ Orini. Why do you think I've made a cartoon at Davis MJ Orini? So I don't have to watch Davis MJ Orini. I can make Davis MJ Orini do what I want him to do. Yeah. I worry about Davis MJ Orini because there's no threat from him well, there's a threat, but not in any kind of social political sense. He's never going to get. He's a joke, He should be presenting the American version of fucking Crystal Maze, or hanging outside some shitty fucking gothic fucking skulls shop or some shit. He just like he should be doing a fucking magic show or something. He should not be sitting there trying to be clever. He's not very good at that. You know? Where is it? There we go. All right, hold on. Actually, no, hold on. I should really do the fucking YouTube version because that's got the clips in it. Oh yeah. Hold on. I've got a proper joke for you. There it is, perfectly timed delivery. See that middle setup, punchline, all there, and there's the callback. Can we not ask questions about suicide, please? I'm trying to keep it upbeat. Have you ever had your dreams crushed and broken in front of you as your family were murdered by your side? Morbid. Can we, your fans, book you for events? No, I don't take bookings from people. Are you going to book me? You're not booking me anywhere, and you know that. Yeah, because you're going to cover several £1,000s to fly out somewhere to do a gig in bloody America. I don't think. Free thinker, your foreskin will be pulled up over. You'll be wearing it as a balaclava and a sleeping bag, right, and a condom. Everything, right? Mike, shut up about Mike. No, what you never watched me before. I'm sat very awkwardly. If I don't fucking move about, if I stop going on about what I feel like I'm bloody being watched by my mother. Stop it. Are you okay? You sure you're in? You go to the doctors, but you keep still. You should really stop doing that. But just shut up. Ooh. But that's the thing. I don't think he is trolling. That's what scares me. That's what scares me, but also leaves me quite sexually excited. One second.
Hi, everyone. This is crazy person time. You notice the public's like pretty much retarded now, myself included? America is their broke-backed whore. You die. You sit out and shut up. See, I'm normal. You're not normal. Oh, nothing. Oh, really makes sense to me. Oh, and sometimes I find it hard to think. And that's because of all the fluoride in the water that the government made me drink. Oh, and the hormones in our food we eat, all that making people gay. Oh, so I got my bullhorn because I had something to say. Oh, I believe in America, and America believes in me. So I'm gonna try and save her from this evil tyranny. Oh, when I see gays holding hands in the street, oh, it makes me physically sick. And our president's a big Kenyan Muslim fucking us with his big black Kenyan dick. Like that fire that will burn your system into a pile of black slag. Going into space, mathematics, quantum mechanics, the secrets of the universe, and everything's all sick and filthy. I mean, God, this country is so sick. You will be defeated. I'm on the radio and I scream and shout, wake up, you filthy scum.
I got the secret documents. The government's gonna try and kill everyone.
Oh, they got
Dinosaurs and vaccinations, but they're making you people so dumb. They can't see 9/11 was an inside job, and they're gonna take away your gun. Oh, they faked the moon landing, and global warming's a fantasy. And I made Piers Morgan shit his pants while we were on live TV. He's just a puppet chosen by the Illuminati. His name is Barry Soretto, and his birth certificate's a forgery.
Mao took the guns, Fidel Castro took the guns, Hugo Chavez took the guns. 1776 will commence again if you try to take our firearms. Hooga, 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 hooga,
Hooga, hooga, hooga, hooga, hooga.
Everything that's ever been called the news and every so-called scientific fact, it's just government propaganda for a false flag terrorist attack. The biggest real threat we face, it can't be proven or even seen until you brainwash you or wake up from your American dream. Yes, that's right, folks. You need to start waking up. Give this to your friends who are sleeping and they'll wake up. You will wake up, you maggots. And the best way, if you're awake now, if you're woken up by the end of this song and you want to start your fight against the NWO, then the best thing you can do is visit my website, Infowars.com. Look around the merchandise shop there. We got plenty of DVDs and stuff you can buy. And the best thing you can do now, we got a special offer, an Infowars t-shirt for just $45. That'll show them the NWO hates t-shirts, always have. Infowars.com, folks. See you later. I'm Alex Jones. You are now leaving the vortex.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. That was easy to me trying to remember it. Oh, fuck, there we go. My heart is on fire like a burning cross. Compared to you, others are at the back of the bus. You're as beautiful as a swastika. And baby, I want to tell you, I love you as much as I hate other races, religions, and sexual orientation. I love you as much as I love Jesus Christ, who was brutally murdered by money-loving kikes. I love you. That's why I kicked you in the face. I have something to ask as they get down on one knee. Would you blame yourself when you get raped, you slutty pig in heat? Oops, sorry, that came out wrong. I mean, will you be my wife? I want to be with you for the rest of my extremely racist and homophobic life. Because I love you as much as I hate other races, religions, and sexual orientations. I love you as much as I love Jesus Christ, who was brutally murdered by money-loving kikes. A pack of niggers couldn't keep me from you. I love you as much as I hate fags and Jews. There you go. That's not my song, so I don't deserve any credit. That was a John LaJoy song. It's called the Mel Gibson Love Song. That was he released it just after sort of Mel Gibson was on that massive sort of stupid idea. It's that week of being recorded saying everything that's offensive ever. So. When sliced bread was invented, were people genuinely that fucking amazed? Because it became the blueprint for everything great. I mean, I just don't believe it was like sliced bread. It was like, you think people were sitting around staring at it in awe? I don't. Yes, that was on the line here. If you get raped by a pack of niggers, it'll be your fault. Presumably, if it was a different racial group that had raped her, it wouldn't have been her fault. I don't know. I'm not sure how Mel Gibson's mind work, and I don't think I actually want to know. Oh, ow, stomach. Oh. Oh, got message. Oh. Oh. No fucking ball. Go away. Where am I? Oh, come on. Oh, for God's sake, I can't see the comment thing. Okay. You invented a bread unslicer. I've never had that scenario pop up though. I mean, it's not really. I can't think of any time in that I'd have needed that. Has anyone ever had to glue bread back together in an emergency? Assimilate, immolate, I'm late. Immolate. I am legend. Sliced bread is at least 300 years old. Well, should probably throw it out then. Still firing them out. Still firing them out. Not even thinking. It just happens. What's going on? That's a very good question, Jason. And you know what? I've been here all night and I don't know. I don't think we're going to figure it out. I'll tell you what I have got. I've got Mike Buchanan's manifesto. Let's have a think. I was going to do video on this channel actually reading it. And what the fuck am I watching? Only you can answer that, mate. It's not my job. I do what I do. If you don't know what you're watching, you've got to really fucking sharpen your brain up a bit. Began at 2 p.m. No, I didn't begin at 2 p.m. I began at fucking 6 p.m. I failed to fucking get the show started. I wanted to start, but I failed 4 fucking times. When's your next 24? I don't fucking know. Jesus Christ, I've done one of them for about. I only did 1. No, I did 2. Did I do 2 or 1? I can't fucking remember. Either way, it was a fucking long time ago. Didn't realise this guy was still around. Well, then why did you click on my video? How did you find it? I didn't realise you were still around, but then I don't know who you are. I've never heard of you before. You've heard of me, apparently. So one of us has got some work to do. I've at least got some vague memory amongst you. You're building up on nothing. I've got nothing to go on here. I need to pummel you for some information. Bye-bye. Yeah, it is very difficult to keep up with my channels, but that is, in all fairness, not my fault. Yeah. I mean, the fucking Dick Dynasty 666 fucking channel it's on the thread at the moment. If that gets one more strike in the next 6 weeks, it's already got 2. If it gets one more, I'm fucking gone. So I've got to make sure I don't upload anything that offends anybody. Well, buggered that one up, didn't I? What are you smoking? It's called a cigarette. You may have heard of them. They're these small tobacco products wrapped up in paper with a filtered tip. What are you smoking, man? Do you know what I sometimes do, Crisis Oxy? I sometimes read the comments that are posted on my videos, and I fucking wonder why I bother. Just give up. Don't read. If you make videos, read the comments for the first year maybe, but then don't bother. Nothing good comes from it. There's nothing good in there. There's no good. There's nothing of any value underneath your video in the comments. Not a sodding thing. Oh God, I was going to fart then, and I nearly would have crapped myself. What blood type are you? What the fucking hell? What are you in desperate need of a donor? You might want to call an ambulance. I don't know what blood type I am. Red. Have I got both my kidneys? Yes. I said, because I don't drink, because I didn't drink too much. I quit drinking essentially when I was 22. So they're actually probably working quite well. It's probably the only bit of me that's worth any money. I'll probably have to sell that online. Am I afraid I'm going to die of cancer? No. I'm not afraid I'm going to die at all. In fact, I would prefer to actually die of something that gave me a bit of time and notice. Then I can plan my own funeral. Get it all ready. And then you get the best part, because you don't just die and then everyone finds out. You get to sit there and tell people and watch them fucking fawn over you for the next year and a bit. And go, this is how they would react when I died, if I had died immediately. So I now know. It's great. Yeah. Look at them all upset. What the fuck kind of questions are people asking? Well, I mean, they're about as helpful as your one. Have you not been on the internet before, Shay? This is pretty standard for me. It's just jazz bollocks that goes past me. You know the fucking thing about Shakespeare, 100 monkeys, a million monkeys and a million typewriters for an infinite amount of time. Yeah, that's what I've got here. Not one fucking line, nothing fucking Shakespearean ever coming out of here. Not a sodding thing. Not something's rotten in the state of Denmark. How can I compare these to a summer's fucking day? None of that. Not. I have of late, wherefore I know not, lost all my mirth, forgone all functions, and indeed it is a matter of my disposition that his goodly frame the earth seems to me a sterile promontory. What a magnificent canopy the air. How oh God, a brave o'erhanging firmament, a majestical roof fretted with golden fire. How like an angel in apprehension, how like a god, the beauty of the world, the paragon animals, and yet, what is this quintessence of dust? Man delights not me, no, nor women neither. The Dane. To be or not to be. Oh, fucking go get past noob level, mate. Everyone knows that. People know that, and they don't even fucking know what Hamlet is. I'll stop smoking if you will. No. What kind of fucking incentive was that meant to be? Can you stop talking bollocks if I will? My happy living in England. Oh, fuck. No, I've never considered moving to another country. Memo bis punita della cotton. You stole fizzy lifting drinks. No. I don't enjoy filching. I wouldn't know. I've never done it. I don't want to. Sometimes you just don't need to try stuff. You know. You figure it out. You don't need to eat my own shit and come out of someone's ass to know that it's not going to be fun. I am willing to go based on pure faith. England is actually no. England is not 5 countries. You're thinking of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Great Britain is 3 countries. The United Kingdom is 4. Fucking 5 countries. Well, essentially, it's 1. It's England, isn't it? I mean, we make all the fucking decisions. The rest of them are just there because I don't want to fucking let it go. 2 islands. Republic of Ireland is not part of Great Britain or the United Kingdom. It is the Republic of Ireland. It is part of the European Union, but it is not part of Britain or UK. It is of its own. It is independent from us. 2 islands. 2 islands and a Britain. Fuck me, Christ. I know Americans in geography get a bit of a bad rap, but Jesus fucking Christ. Jehovah's Witness knocked on your door to teach you about the kingdom of Jehovah. He'd be teaching you basic fucking arithmetic before he got around to it. If you have an apple, a apple. There are people in this room, seriously, that are so fucking stupid. If I pour boiling water on you, I'd have a new flavour of a pot noodle. Right? Don't start. You just copying and pasting that from a fucking. I can tell, Robert. Don't fucking try and pull that over me. Bit of fighting in Ireland in the past. Yes. Be fair, it leaks over the ear a little bit. Shay, stop worrying about this comment. You will not figure it out. This is the fucking. This is like This is the Enigma machine written in Klingon backwards by Salvador Dali. It's not going to make any fucking sense. What's my opinion on genocide? Really? I mean, can we not fucking figure some stuff out, or just take a default position that's written? Yeah, I'm not answering that. It's a stupid fucking question. I will say this, just to not fall in the Thunderfoot camp of, well, I can't condemn the Holocaust completely. I mean, some good things came out of it. You can't say it's all bad. I mean, we got a new pesticide out of it. Yes, 11 million people had to die needlessly, but gardening liquid. That's what we need. We needed something to do to gardening, and if 11 million people have to fucking die for that, then we're okay. That's the fucking way it went. You couldn't have possibly figured it out another way. I've read the crop. No, I won't be either. No, you're not funny, Sagan. You try too hard to be funny, and you end up sounding weird and stupid. Yeah. Would win in a fight, Davis Arini? Well, I don't know. Davis Arini wouldn't even try and fight. He'd stand there trying to do some sort of voodoo mind control or something, control him with his brain. Ryan doesn't look like it. But saying that, Ryan looks like he wouldn't put much up, but that might mean he's a bit of a, it's always the ones you got that don't suspect, Noam Chomsky. I've heard of Noam Chomsky, but I haven't read it. I see his stuff. He's got lovely little sort of American growly voice, and yeah. When do I plan on doing another stand-up comedy film? Would you mean like a big full-length one? Well, I'm doing the Brighton Festival in May. I've got a couple of previews before that. I've got my next year. I've got 3, 4 in March that are just various sizes, but I don't know what you mean by that. Doing Edinburgh Festival, so no, he's not LeVay. He's not LeVay. He's just a bald bloke who wears black suits. He looks like a fucking. He looks like a dodgy magician. Yeah. Two figures historical. All right. Emmeline Pankhurst versus Factor. That'd be good. How do you like doing stand-up? I do not know what that question means. What do you mean, how do I like doing stand-up? Well, I sort of do it and it's fun. I mean, I don't know. Who, where, when, what? When do we win what? You think that doesn't make any sense, though, because that's not. It just doesn't make any sense. Why would you? You know? Favorite statement of him? There's no favorites. They're all appalling. You know, because you have to keep in mind that he means them. Well, at least he's putting across that he means them. I don't know. His statement that, you know, Lord of the Flies is a good sort of model for a society. That was quite an interesting one. Putin or girl rights what? I don't know. Putin is a badass, right? You know, you got to, you know. But yeah. Have you put no, but I can show you this. This was all tidying up, getting some stuff ready. This is a bit of memorabilia there. You can see there's a surgical wrap been sealed up, and there is a tongue depressor. Those are the two pieces of metal. Those two are the two pieces of metal which went through my back and that were the only thing but under my skin that, as I got hoisted up into the air. It was you, Charlie. It was you, Charlie. It was them. Can't see it well because of the light, but there is still dried blood on them. And I got on the back right there, autograph by the guy who did it, and me, and a date. So that'll be worth about 20p in a couple of years. I do want to do it again. I want to do the full wrecking ball. I want to do the wrecking ball properly. More back hooks. Well, I'm not doing it again yet. It took me 10 years to find someone to do that one. You sort of want to build up. I want to make sure I get it right. I don't want to just do it for fun, because that's it was not fun. I mean, it was fun. It was exciting. It was weird, but it weren't like they could get off on it. You were wincing. Oh. I don't get many death threats now, to be honest with you. Because I don't read my messages anymore. I don't read the comments. I don't take any fucking interest in it. I've learned to give up. I learned to fucking. You have to get so many death threats and you realise, like, no one's going to kill me. The disproportionate amount of times I've been killed versus, you know, the amount of death threats. It's like you got to eventually look at the averages. No, Saviour, I won't. Because I'm blocking your. I can't see your comments. I've blocked them out now. Oh, fucking hell. All right. God. It's only 8 o'clock. It's like, what to do? Oh, fuck. Excuse me. Let me move that out of the way. He got a death threat once. Wow. Yes, I actually can say that. In fact, I'm amazed that it was just a threat. I was surprised there wasn't a full fucking conspiracy that people. I would fund a Patreon just to fucking make sure it went through. Yes, but I get if people want to say encouraging stuff, then that's fine. But I don't need to read. Look, I'm not that insecure. I need to know. I need everyone's fucking validation on it. I know, you know. I know if I've done something good, people are going to like. And if people like it exceedingly much and they want to make it, they'll probably send me a message. I don't, you know. I don't. The comments are just. Who cares? You know. It's not of any use. You know. It's like the fucking ratings on. I don't care what the fucking ratings. This is why you get these people, like you get these these people online who they organise invasions on videos to down thumb it because that's all they've got. It's like, I don't care if you down thumb my video. All that proves is that people who are stupid disagree with me. I'm not bothered by that. No, I won't help you write erotic novels. I don't do that. Oh, Jesus Christ, that was I nearly took off with that one. I don't know anyone who thinks watching South Park makes them clever. So I don't know who you're talking about. I didn't even know that was a problem. Could freak everyone out and shave my head whilst I'm here. Then I'll be, oh, God, it'd be great if I just went off camera, shaved all my beard and hair and came right back. Brian Fisher or Brett Keane? Well, Brett Keane's not going to do anything as long as you're within arm's reach of him. And Brian Fisher, you're all right as long as he's restrained, you know. Just don't ask him if he's had any dirty thoughts. Dirty little bastard. Actually, I do have a big knot on the back that I've got to get rid of. I'll say it's a knot. It's more like a sort of. It's like a sort of fucking bald eagle's nest. It's like some fucking Olympic champion sailor roped knot ties. Here, come here. I don't do cocaine. You know what, Shay Marie? Some people are just fucking interesting. You know? Not everybody needs to take drugs to be fucking fascinating company. I know this baffles people on the internet. They see someone who's bizarre. Like, he must be on drugs. No one could possibly be entertaining and amusing and be slightly different. There we go. Right, got it. Oh, come here. You fucking right. I mean it. I'm gonna don't make me come back there. I've laid it on the line for you time and time again. Gonna give you a damn good thrashing. Right. All right, here we go. Jesus Christ Almighty! What is that made out of? Come on. What is my hair made out of black matter? There we go. Check out this bastard. Look at that fucking thing. You know how fucking little you have to. Do you know how little effort you have to put into maintaining your fucking hair to get that? That's just one. Shave it off live on air. Wow, that'd be amazing, wouldn't it? Man removing his hair on the. God, no one's ever seen such a thing. So, I'm trying to see if there's any knots. I could, you know, just I could brush it occasionally, but this is more fun. Don't arbitrarily cut your hair. How about I do with my hair what I want because it's my hair. I don't really bother. What, you know, I've made worse decisions, Ronald, in life. There are worse things that I've chosen to do. It seems senseless. What, shaving my hair? Do you think I don't care about it? I don't have long hair because I want it. I just can't be asked to cut it or do anything. You know, it's not a statement or a style. Yeah, you had long hair. Just because you had long hair doesn't mean I have long hair for the same reasons. You can grow it back. You know? It does grow back. You just have to not. All you have to do is not do something. Because normally cutting your hair involves effort. What you've got to do is put less effort in. So it's actually easier to grow your hair back than it is to maintain it and get it cut. I should make a wig of myself from my own hair. Come on. No, they're coming free. Am I going to sell it on eBay? No, 2 reasons. I'm not selling it on eBay because A, you're not allowed to sell stuff like hair and bits and pieces like that on eBay. And 2, I do not want to live in a world where someone would pay money to me for my hair. I don't want to live in that world. I don't want to know that that exists. Oh, there we go. Oh, there's no. I don't think there's any other knots here. I think I've got them free. I think they undid themselves out of fear. They saw what happened to the other bloke. See, what I need to do is I need to sort this beard out because I don't like the sort of Brillo effect here. I want to sort of get it down there. Do you cut any of your hair? No, I'm not braiding my hair. Look, I don't need to braid my hair. It braids its fucking self. Self-braiding. Am I going to dye my hair? No, I'm going to go fucking old with dignity. Richard has weird subscribers. Well, yeah, of course. Look, these are people. My subscribers are people who want to fucking follow and pay attention and listen to me. You think, no matter how bad you think someone who makes YouTube videos is, remember, they've got people who watch them. There's people who choose to fucking watch them. They're the ones with the problem. Don't cut any of your hair. No, I'll do what I want. I don't know what you're talking about. Canonize you posthumously. Yeah, they will. They'll use this as sort of implants on the old minge, right? They'll give these to girls who are like sort of not developing it early. Am I keeping that knot? Well, I wasn't planning on it. It's just it's there. Do you want me to? Would that be too weird for you? Could you love a man who fucking kept a ball of hair? Hello. I'm going to call him Colin. Hello, Colin. I'm going to make a little wig. I'm going to make a little wig and make a little stick finger. And we go. Won't stay on. Let's try. It's a bit of an Elton John wig. This one. There we go. Yeah. Hey man, right? Yeah. It actually looks like me. I'm just gonna. I'll draw a face on me. I was like, I can't be bothered to pwn you today. I'm just gonna draw a face on my thumb. My thumb's gonna fucking pwn you with a wig on. That's how fucking much contempt I have for this fucking show. Jesus Christ. Oh boy, that was a bad one. Oh. You keep worse things in your room you imagine. I'm curious to know why you sit down imagining things I keep in my room. Yeah, you have to throw some bananas under the bed at night. You know? Don't know what's under there. Yeah. Let's call it the thing. Do you have any ancestors? No, I spawned out of nothing. I grew out of the fucking sea. You know. Do I have any ancestors did weird shit? Well, I fucking imagine so. I mean, they go back far enough that they go back to the fucking original woman. So there's got to be one nutter along the way. Someone who's done for fucking, fraud or sexual deviance, underage chicken molestation. Do we have a girlfriend? The fact you asked that question, and then you put fucking 9 question marks. Could you be more bloody obvious about how? Could you at least consider my feelings before you act all fucking shocked and horrified at the fact that there's bloody hell? I hate. Why do I always get that? People go, whenever I say I've got a girlfriend, there's someone in the room and they go, "You've got a girlfriend." You. Well, you. Ugh. It's like, I'm standing right here. Being ugly does not fucking stop you from having feelings. A Romanian girl. I don't know any Romanian girls. Chris, you think I went out with Zombo? God, it's Chris. Dude, do you not think I would bring that up every 5 minutes if that was true? I would just walk around with a photo saying, see her, fucking smash that. Right? You think... See, I punch above my weight sometimes, but you are giving me far too much fucking credit. I am handsome. I just know I don't make it obvious. No. Yes, I said, is there anyone barring people who are obviously terrible like mass murderers that you consider to be worse than Martin J. Willett? Well, probably. I mean, he's just a sad, fat, useless old fucking miserable old twat who makes YouTube videos. He's pretty much harmless. He's just horrible. I just don't like anything about him. Yeah, I loathe his personality and the fact that he deliberately fucking lives in a denial to just because he can't fucking. Although I won't tell you too much detail. There's a bloke who contacted me, who's someone on my Patreon who used to share a dorm room at college with Martin J. Willett, who was telling me that back then he was like really sort of far left socialist, like fucking bringing protesting and all that shit. And he said he couldn't believe it was the same bloke when he came on YouTube, and he couldn't believe it was the same guy. He recognised the voice. And he thought, I cannot believe he fucking slid so that far to the right. How old am I? I'm 35 years old. I know. It's how I oil of Ole. Hashtag free. I think release Galen is better than free Galen. Free Galen sounds like an offer. Free Galen? Yeah. You want free Galen? Free Galen, anyone? No one's going to fucking take that. I don't consider Onision dangerous. I just think he's a... Yeah, I don't think many people can. I don't think there's too much that happens as a result. You got to look at what's the ultimate consequences. People he gets involved with generally doesn't go too well. But then the people he gets involved with generally probably are about as fucking stable as he is. Just Vindicator, follow your own. Vindicator doesn't want to be anywhere near me, and he knows that. He goes out of his way to. Do you know what Vindicator does that I love? This is one thing that he does that I just find so tragic. What he does, right? I post stuff on Twitter and Facebook. My pages are publicly viewable. I post comments. There's no sort of block on them, so it's only friends, right? And what he does, he screen caps things that I've said on Facebook and Twitter on a publicly viewable forum, and then he just retweets the screenshot. And he claims that he's exposing me for. He doesn't that's not an exposition. You can't expose someone by tweeting something that they openly said in public deliberately, particularly if they said it in front of their audience of several thousand people, and you're Vindicator on Twitter and you have 20 followers who already don't like me. Yeah. Who fucking thinks that's in? How in his mind is that fucking damaging to me? He's retweeting things. Does he think that I would post something that I didn't want anyone to see? It's just that's what annoys me. It's like he just doesn't get it. He thinks he's doing something. It's like when you expose something I didn't say in public, then we can fucking call it an exposition. But only then if I didn't want to know it. Let's be honest, some of the things that video I did with the five geezers for the Justice for Men thing, there's some moments where I'm fucking crossing the Rubicon into dangerous territory. You have no clue why you're watching this. I am funny. You're American. That's okay. Some people everyone's got something wrong with them. So his accent is a bit different. Yeah, this is not a different accent, my love. This is how words sound when they're pronounced properly. This is how you're supposed to talk. I need to tempt Galen. No, I don't think Galen. I got a funny thing. Galen didn't like. Galen doesn't like bananas. Would you want to eat a banana that was round TJ's house? It's like seeing a gerbil and a packet of condoms next to each other at Richard Gere's place. You know, you're not gonna. Or Michael Barrymore takes you to a swimming pool. You're not gonna be. You just wouldn't do it. Yeah. Truth contest. Wow. What a fucking difficult concept that is. It's how fucking pathetic people are. They have to challenge each other to tell the truth. I know it was a compliment. I appreciate the compliment. See, you chose to take. See, Shay, you did that. You did that thing where you chose to take the one. You found everything else I said funny, and then I spoke to you with the same manner, and you took it seriously. You thought I was being offended. See, you can't. You got to learn to sort of. It's like it's battering ram. It will come round to you eventually. You have to. You can't sort of laugh at everyone else getting punched in the face, and then sort of think that I'm picking on you. Doesn't work. I've literally wanked myself dry. Well, your age, Grey Tex, you do only get like a bucket and a half, don't you? You wish you'd slow down as a boy. It's okay. I don't think the Scottish DNA needs to be spread too far. Gary will be pleased to hear that, though. I think if you should tell Emendham that. Yeah, you're doing your bit for anti-natalism. Galen ate my hamster. Actually, I don't think Galen would actually eat your hamster. I think the hamster ran into Galen, thinking he was some sort of cave dwelling or something. You missed 2 hours. You did, and you missed 2.5 hours. And I tell you what, the things we've done. There's been lives have been changed tonight. There have been things you can't go back, man. You can't go back. We're never going to be able to erase what happened here. It's like wanking off in front of your mate. It's just never going to be the same again. You missed it, and we're never going to do it again. We're never going to show that again. God no. Oh, God. No, we didn't talk about toaster sex. I didn't talk once about it. I sat here and watched as people wasted their energy typing that shit. Well, listen to Alex Jones. I have little else choice. Have you heard how loud he is? Can Emendham die? Emendham will live forever. You realise this. But he'll be happy once he does live forever because everyone else will be dead. That'll be the ultimate irony. That the world's biggest antinatalist was immortal. Yeah, I had sex with Phil Mason, and all I got was this lousy T-shirt blaming me for the way I was dressed. Oh shit! Jesus! Hold on, there's another one. It's not. There's a blockage there. I can feel it. The atheist church. The fact that exists is. I wouldn't suicide attack something. Jesus Christ! What's the point in that? It's a waste of time. You don't get to see anything. Galen reminds me of a ripped out fireplace. That doesn't make any sense. That's the wrong analogy for the wrong body part used on the wrong man. Will Coughlan run for Parliament? No. Who the hell would vote for it? I'm going to. How easy is it going to be for my opponent to fucking destroy my credibility? You just have to link my YouTube channel. You wouldn't need to do an expose for me on the bloody. I'm not going to beat Parliament. For God's sake, I'm not. Don't kid yourself. Just because I say things that make sense to you does not mean I'd fucking be any good at trying to do it myself. Jesus, we'd be bankrupt within the hour. There'd be fucking Mexico. We'd owe Mexico money. You know, that's how bad it'd be. We have to have there'll be like Africans putting on a music concert to raise money for us. We need strong leadership. That sounds ominous. I don't want to be a dictator. It involves effort. Do you think Hitler had a decent day off? Right? It's not fun being a dictator. You have to fucking do a lot of work. You know, it's difficult being in charge of everything. I'd turn up on a Tuesday, like up for an hour to make sure everyone's all right. Fuck off, back home. Now I'll leave you in charge, and you'll be able to. That's not true. People always say that because people always think that. They always make that statement that nothing's ever going to change. It doesn't matter who you get into. But the fact is, if you look back far enough, you see the gradual evolution and change within parties. It just takes a while, but it doesn't fucking. People who have this like, oh God, nothing's going to be. Yeah, okay, right. So if we have, if Nick Griffin gets in charge versus someone who's nice, who's a nice bloke. Who's a nice person? Tom Hanks, right? If he's, or I don't know, someone who's lovely. You put them in charge. You know, you're telling me there's no difference. There's no difference between the British National Party or the Green Party. It's not going to make a difference. This is going to make a difference. It's just there are differences. There are things that are going to be the same, and people sort of get focused on them, thinking it's no different. And you'll notice those little differences when they go away. You know. No, I don't think setting fire to things is going to help. But I need to get a drink. I'm afraid I am perishing of thirst. Yeah, I need to go get some liquid. Hopefully the toilet's still been flushed. Hold on. Right, I'm leaving. Right, hold on. I'm leaving Silver in charge. Silver, if anything goes wrong while I'm on, you are fucking. I'm so gonna fucking. I'm gonna troll edible napalm. Yeah. All right, I'm back. Everyone, put your pants back on. Your heads. Coughlan's an NCAP. I don't think so. Mummy, when I grow up, I want to be a narco-capitalist. Well, son, you can't do both. Yeah, it's fucking water. Water. See, if I was a business owner in America and Ron Paul was elected president, first thing I would do is I'd ban all people who voted for Ron Paul from entering my shop and only let black people in. And in fact, that would be a good way to protest it. I like how when it comes to my politics, no one ever asks me here. They always sit there and ask each other. I'm sitting here and I'm just going to let you lot decide. I have everyone else decide stuff for me all the week. Great thing about the internet, you don't need to realise and sort of go on a journey of discovery and realise who and what you fucking are, what you believe. People will just fucking tell you. They will advance the information. I am an anarcho-statist and a neo-Marxist, nihilistic anarchist. And as well as I'm also a jihadi lesbian separatist. Voting is for silly people. Yes, and you know what? The politicians, you know who politicians only ever listen to? People who vote. They don't give a shit about people who don't vote. That's why the people who vote are always the rich people. And the old people who vote. And then people wonder why the government only ever doesn't give a shit about young people. And only gives a shit about old people and people who vote. Guess why? If suddenly you had 20 million fucking 18-year-olds fucking voting, or young people, or you had 50, 30 million, then the politicians will go, 30 million voters, what do you want? Yes, certainly, yeah, you want legally to be able to change your name by deed poll and your star sign. Okay, we're going to have that one? Yes, of course. Top Gear will only be the show only showed on Dave. Yep. Yes, from now on, every page 3 and every porn mag will have to have a bit of sensationalist tabloid journalism. No problem. We can have that. That's what you want. La la la. Oh. Affiliation. Well, look, there's no point in having affiliation when you talk about a variety of issues, because you're ultimately you end up accidentally affiliating yourself with people by simply not taking it. If you make a video, for example, about Christianity, slagging it off, you do realise that as an atheist, even though you're slagging off Christianity and you're an atheist, you realise that Muslims are going to agree with you. You're going to have Muslims like agreeing with your video, and you're going to have like the same way you're going to get. If you make a video criticising Islam, you're going to get loads of fucking right-wing Looney Tune fucktard nationalists agreeing with you, even though you don't want them to. Yeah. That's when a Christian makes a video slagging off you as an atheist, they'll fucking agree with them too. It's so you get affiliations by people, regardless of whether you want to or not. This is why you have all this stupid shit about we shouldn't have him fighting and we shouldn't fucking atheists should fucking not. Shouldn't fight amongst themselves. No, well, fucking grow up there, you fucking big wet girl's blouse. You want to fucking destroy religion. You can't even handle having a little fucking debate about something else. Like, grow up. We shouldn't fight amongst each other. Well, tough fucking shit. What are you going to do? Make me stop? And I become a libsock. I looked at the world and thought, yeah, this is how it should be. It won't be, but it should be. I hope it is. And there you go. It won't be. I'm a libertarian socialist more in sort of heart and desire. In my head, I still have to live in the real world, where it's like even if it did remotely have a chance of becoming a reality, it won't be in my lifetime or many, many others. So it's kind of like a sort of moral principle sort of position, and one I hold with hope and a need, a desire for the world to be a better place. But it's one that I realistically think is impossible. So. Does that make sense? Because it didn't to me. That's what I expected of you. Oh, is it? Oh, good. You can't really help the people. No, you can't. Well, no, you can't help people latch onto you. But what you can do is you do get a lot of people who hide behind them and who know they're there and they take advantage of it. and they use it to their advantage. And when you bring it up, they go, "Look, I can't be held responsible for what the people in my comment sections are." You know, they fucking full of shit. You know, they know what they're doing. It wasn't together, was it? It was just, it was new. I mean, it was a new thing. But there comes a point, simple fact of reality, is atheism can only fucking really be an important unifying thing when you've got a theism to fight against. Eventually, there comes a point when you can say, look, you can dry hump the corpse of the atheism glory days all you want. The fact is this: we cannot form any fucking society or civilization fundamentally centered around something that we don't fucking do. You need to have things you do. That's where the problem is. And then after a while, you ultimately learn the only difference between religious people and atheists is religious people, depending on what religion they are, you can work out some of the silly stuff they believe. You know, you can work out, just like you can see it coming, you can prepare for it. With atheists, you've got to get to know them to find out what specific individual set of stupid fucking shit they believe, what silly, insane, paranoid, pseudo-scientific mumbo-jumbo do these fuckers buy into. And then eventually, and I've yet to find one that didn't, and that includes me. It's probably there, I don't know. So atheists essentially have just made it a lot harder to figure out how mental someone is. So Raelians are motherfucking insane. Yes, but there's like 12 of them. Who cares about Raelians? It's like, you know, when there's like, you can go on about how crazy a group is, but when there's like 6 of the fuckers, it's not exactly, who cares? Yeah, there's going to be there's 6 scary people in the world who, yes, they're silly and they believe stupid shit, but, you know, I'll get over that. Well, compromise, there's nothing wrong with compromise. You know, it's like, do you want to get like 60-70% of the what you want, or do you want none of it and just fight forever? Because that's the problem with a lot of people. They get consumed by the fight, and they get obsessed with they have to have a fight. They've got to have something to fight against. And when they don't have something to fight against, they suddenly, that's why you get conspiracy theories about things, because when there's nothing to fucking use as against someone, you make something up, you know? So that's what you end up with. So really, the problem is the people who fight too much rather than the people who don't fight at all. If we all compromise, you know, let's face it, we compromise every day of our frigging lives, don't we? Don't we all compromise everywhere we go? You can't compromise. You have to compromise at some point. You can't walk around sort of just asserting and fucking inserting yourself where you want, when you want. You have to compromise. Otherwise, you just don't get around. Who gets to fucking decide who gets the advantage? Yeah. So, what will you do if J4MB gets taken down? Well, it won't get taken down. There's no reason for it to be taken down. There's nothing illegal going on. It's not violating any laws. I own the fucking web domain name. There is no reasonable person who could argue that is a website that is being portrayed as putting forward a serious. Well, there's nothing slanderous or libelous or defaming, because there's nobody who could possibly take it seriously, primarily due to the fact that the 5 members who are in it are all cartoon characters that I drew and did the voices for. Now, you can't really sit there and argue that there's anything illegal going on a website where everybody is represented by a cartoon. Yes, but it's like a case of 1 step forward, 2 steps back. You either sit there, you either keep fighting and get nothing, or you say, right, well, let's take this 70% or this 60%. Then we've only got to get 40%, and then we can reassess and get everything back then. Otherwise, you're just going to keep going. You know, you've got to tortoise and hare it, mate. You've got to take your time. He who is first shall be last. Or is it the other way around? You'll get there. You've got to accept the fact that what you want, or the position you want to get in, or the sort of policies or the society you want, you know, you've got to accept the fact that it could come true. It just probably won't in your lifetime. But what you can do is put it forward enough so that the fucking next lot who take over, they can carry it on. You don't get revolutions. This is why I'm sick of hearing the word revolution. Everyone wants a fucking revolution. Every fucking Every political group, UKIP's doing a revolution. Ron Paul's doing a revolution. You got fucking Russell Brand's doing a fucking revolution. Fucking revolution in his fucking. He's turning around and running away with the money. You know, it's like everyone's got to have a bloody revolution. Like, why can't we just have a? Why can't we have a progression? Why can't we just get there, evolve? Why can't we have an evolution? Why can't we sit there and just progress forward at a reasonable pace without having to fucking jump up and down and go, I want this, I want that? It's annoying. Not everyone can have a revolution. You've got to get your head around that, you know. Tea Party revolution. But the fucking Texas secessionist party revolution. You know, it's like, what happens if they all happen at once? You know, how are we going to deal with that if every single revolution on every fucking single part of the spectrum happens at once? We're going to be fucked. We don't know where we are. Because Marion, you know me well enough, and you know that it makes sense, and you know that I have a bee in my bonnet about Russell Brand and have for ages, and I've been saying for ages that he's selling a book or a DVD. That's all he is. He's making money. He's making money, and he's promoting himself, and he disappears as soon as it's got nothing left to sell. Yeah. He's spreading thoughts. Who gives a shit? What thoughts is he spreading? What's he saying that I haven't heard before or a million times before? And how is he helping? What's he actually? People are spreading thoughts. What I don't want him spreading is this idea that he's trying to promote himself as this person who's got these brilliant ideas and he's got this revolution in his mind. And yet he goes along, sells his book, sells a T-shirt of himself for 37 quid on, you know, whilst sitting there saying smash capitalism, and then he turns around and fucks off because he's got a movie to fucking promote or a DVD. I mean, he's not setting a very good example. I don't want someone who injects thoughts into the fucking mainstream. I want someone who actually is going to sit there and stand by what they say and have the fucking, you know, have some conviction. That's what you need. We don't need someone saying shit. I haven't heard him say anything that I haven't heard before from somewhere else, or that he couldn't pick up quite easily, simply by paying attention to everything. Yeah. I'm eating a jammy dodger. What else were you supposed to be doing with it? Well, the idea of a revolution is just based primarily on people's fucking impatience. They want what they want it now. They want what they want now. Revolution is a hashtag. Oh, come on, everything's a frigging hashtag. I could pick any random word that's in common circulation, it'd be an hashtag. Would you support a free beer revolution? No, because I don't drink beer. It's not implausible. It's just it doesn't happen because you want it to. It happens naturally. Revolutions fucking, they rise up. They just sort of, they end up being inevitable. They don't turn around because some fucking prancing twat in his little fucking skinny jeans comes along and his little Frank Spencer voice and his shirt unbuttoned all the way down to his frigging navel, going with his sort of accent, going, oh, we need to, and then flogging his book, you know, that he could give away for free and he wouldn't fucking matter because he's got enough pissing money or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, that's not going to be a revolution. What you need is actual. You need to find out what needs to get people up off their arse. What do I drink? Well, liquid, you know. Milk, Pepsi, water, orange juice. Yeah, liquids, you know. I don't drink for... No, I know you're not saying he's an amazing man. What I'm saying is he's still full of shit. And he's promoting an idea or trying to put forward an idea that he himself is not fucking willing to stand behind. You know, you need to, if you want to be involved in politics, in terms of a radical politics and put forward radical ideas, you have to show people that you're willing to put your money where your mouth is. He's not even willing to put his money where where anything is. He keeps that well and truly tucked away. You know, just give me something that's gonna fucking make me believe that you because if you don't believe it, why the friggin' hell should I? You know, if what he's saying are good ideas, he should believe them and fucking act on them. It's not like he's got anything else to friggin' do. I don't drink them, right? I don't drink liquids. They fall into me. Yeah. I'm not radicalizing youth. Jesus Christ. I don't want to radicalize youth. I don't even know how to talk to young people these days. I mean, young people, like, they're nice to look at. They're great to fuck, but they're just, they're so fucking, oh my God, they've been that, they're in that stage where they're like 18, 19 and they think they figured it out because they've had their first good idea and they don't realize they're the 50 billionth person that fucking year to have it. That's the idea everyone has at 17. Everyone goes through that phase. How does one radicalize someone? By exploiting them and taking advantage of their vulnerability. This is why most people who get radicalized, you'll find, are generally young people who get sort of groomed by these manipulative assholes who know what buttons to push. It's very easy if you know what it doesn't happen too often. Most of it takes place on the internet, unsurprisingly. In terms of people I can't stand on YouTube, for the most part, I don't watch them. Mr. Repsion is just boring to me. I mean, he's boring, and I find him to be it's just a little bit of annoys me. Yeah, that's it, really. I get the impression he sometimes says things because he thinks he's supposed to, or it's because that's the idea that's popular. Yeah, I wouldn't have wanted to have a YouTube channel when I was 21. I don't know fucking anything. Oh God, no! Anyone I knew who talked about gaming, I was just like, look, just do me a favour. Can you fuck off? Right? Can I go back to the world I used to live in, where no one gave a fuck about video game reviews ever because they're irrelevant and inconsequential? Can I go back to the problems like, this world? I want to live in this world where suddenly, actual journalism that is promoted and billionaires are pumping money into it to promote a political idea. Those fuckers, the journalism that leads to fucking social unrest, racial tensions, and fucking terrorist attacks. Can we worry about that then, whether or not fucking Super Smash Brothers or Trials deserved 4 or 3.5 fucking stars? Grow up. Jesus Christ. If you buy a video game based on a good review and you don't play it beforehand, knowing when you can play any game, and you buy it, then tough shit. I could give less of a fuck whether you fucking, that was it. I cannot remember once before all of a sudden it's like ethics in gaming journalism. What? Sorry, do we just go back to that word, gaming journalism? So people play games and tell you what they think, and that's it. And this is somehow massive corruption is somehow taking the credibility away from this one. Yes, the Star Trek one. No, they haven't done the Chapel Hill murders one. Yeah, but I was like I'm saying, you can buy games. You can try games before you buy them. There's no reason for you to buy a game based on one review that you. And if someone did, and if a bloke did shag someone, which if you like, if I'll let you fuck me if you give you 4 stars, I'll be like, yeah, all right, fuck it, it's a game review. Fuck it. I was going to give it 3.5 anyway, but fuck it, who cares? Who's fucking suffering? I've had many different reviews from journalists over my shows, going from 2 stars up to 5. I didn't care at the end of the day. It doesn't matter, It's their fucking opinion. It's not hinged on anything, though. Now, Jacqueline Glenn, what Jacqueline Glenn is, right, is not very bright and a little bit easily led, and she's just jumping into this atheist thing and just trotting out the old classics. It's like, now that's what I call YouTube atheism 2006. All the old classic titles, and then she's just going for it. And she's not. I will donate money to charity to the first person who can give me an example of Jacqueline Glenn using an argument or putting forward a fucking argument of something that is not a carbon copy, parroted fucking word for word argument that she got off Dawkins or Sam Harris or fucking some other, or someone else, some other YouTube video. Just one. Just one fucking thing. She's like a textbook, bog standard atheist fucking catchphrase machine. You like pull a string and out it all comes. Well, of course, journalism is corrupt. What does that mean about Fox News? I mean, we're sat here. We know Fox News is corrupt, but Fox News is corrupt and it's dangerous. It's dangerous and it's powerful. And these fuckers couldn't give a shit about it. They were sat around, they didn't say a damn thing. And then suddenly some story that's not true about some woman fucking some bloke, and maybe getting an extra 2 stars on a review for an indie game that no cunt's heard of. All of a sudden, this is like Watergate. And this is the worst thing ever. And I'm like, right, so you care about that. That's the fucking issue for you in the world today. This is where the core of the fucking morality of this country is falling down. I can't get my head around it. It's like me complaining about a wrestling magazine. There's no ethics in wrestling journalism. You're not damn right there isn't. There's no ethics in wrestling. It's one company owns it all, and they get to fucking change the history and everything. Christ almighty, you should see the fucking revisionist history in WWE when having watched it for 22 fucking years, it's like they literally just make stories up about what actually really happened, I mean, you sit there and go, all right, who gives a shit? My gaming magazine betrayed me. I'm fed up with this world. Get off me, motherfucker. You're just a cheap. Right. To quote a comedian that I know called Luke Benson, sparkling water is just a boring bit out of Coke. But, France has been overrun by Muslims. I thought it was fucking Birmingham that was France has been overrun. But look, according to Fox News, Europe is just made up of Muslims and left-wing socialists. I mean, that's all it is. It was pretty much discarded days after Gamergate began. Well, that's good, considering that was the reason it started. And I don't care why. I don't care that it's discarded it. It was the catalyst for it happening. And it was like, that's it. And I'm not even going to acknowledge Gamergate as a gate or a movement. I don't care about it. I just find I hope that it's something that people who have been overly invested in it look back on in a few years and think, yeah, that was a little bit silly, wasn't it? We should have really We could have spent the time a bit more wisely, really. That's just my opinion. As a guy who has wasted so much of his time on a fucking stupid random shit, why do I always have to play psychologist? I'm not playing psychologist. Where have I played psychologist? Who have I psychoanalyzed? I haven't psychoanalyzed anything. At no point did I fucking sit here and give people any psychology. Why do you have to fucking sit there and play the bloke who pretends to fucking play psychologist? Why are you sitting there, the bloke who imagines a psychologist? All I'm doing is making a fucking, I'm making a guess. I'm assuming something. That's what I'm just, it's just an opinion. I'm allowed to have that. I'm allowed to sit here and say, I think that's what's going to happen. That's not psychology. They read it out to you. Yeah, but they're grandparents, mate. Grandparents are allowed to be fucking racists and ignorant. They're old, they've done enough thinking. You know what I mean? Well, what do you think my fucking thoughts on the Copenhagen route shooting are? Well, I mean, what can you add that hasn't been fucking said? I mean, what can you add? We can't go through this same conversation every time, can we? You know what I mean? This is what we end up. This is the problem with it. It's like we have because you have the Charlie Hebdo one, and you have that Chapel Hill one, and you have this Copenhagen one, and it's Pavlov's dog with responses. You got people at the Copenhagen one who are doing the same fucking who are atheists saying the same shit that fucking people were saying about atheists as a way of sort of making a point about the way people react to Muslims the day fucking before. It's like. Reza Aslan made the best joke to Richard Dawkins on Twitter about the Chapel Hill shootings. He said, "Sorry, Richard Dawkins, no matter how many times you denounce the Chapel Hill shooting, I'm going to pretend that you don't and that you never have." And I'm like, yeah, that's nailed it. That's pretty much it. Fucking French Muslims, that's weird, isn't it? Lingerie under the burqa. Halal pan au chocolat. What do we do about it? Well, we can't do anything about it. I mean, you can do what you do. You can not watch it, or you can do what you do to spread around, to spread around examples of when they're lying. Luckily, it's not too difficult these days because, it's on the decline. We know that because, luckily, we're going through that sort of shift in sort of cultural zeitgeist where the old right wingers are dying. It's blown over. It's blown over. It blew over months ago. Some people just won't let go. It's like the British with Gibraltar. We could have just given it back, but no. We couldn't let all of it go. We wanted Gibraltar and the Falklands. No reason, we just wanted it. Does it have significant members? But it doesn't have members, does it? It does that. That's the bullshit thing about it. It's like it does that thing where there's no official membership or structure, which is a stupid thing when you're trying to do a movement, right, or some kind of political. You're trying to affect some change, and so the reason that you can do the thing that you can do when you have that is whenever you get some nutter who does something and they come from that side of that movement, you can just say, well, it's just using the hashtags, it's nothing to do with us. He just represents game, so we haven't got any fucking. The EDL did the same bloody thing. The English Defence League never had an official membership or never had any official sort of way of joining. You just sort of were an EDL member by design. And so whenever an EDL member did something, or Anders Breivik committed his massacre, and he claimed he was an EDL supporter and he was on the EDL Facebook page and he actually went to an EDL march, Tommy Robinson turns around and goes, no, he was never a member, he was never did this. It's like, well, there's no such definition of a member. It's like a member is whatever he wants you to be. He can deny it when he wants to. And that's the stupid thing about it. It's like, you can't have a political movement with no representatives who are who are you going to talk to? Who are you going to talk to? Who are you going to lobby? You're just letting everyone loose and free to make up their own agenda. Yeah, well, maybe people would have done things without Gamergate. You don't know, but who cares? You know, what happened happened. You know, doxing people happen. You know, doxing is not as bad as people fucking. I know doxing seems scary, and I know this. I've been doxed loads of times. I've had my address leaked out and shit. But the truth is, no one ever acts on it. I mean, knowing where you are is. Like, people know where I am all the time anyway, because I do gigs all the time and I fucking advertise my whereabouts. I'm at this venue at this time on this date. It's not like I'm hard to find. So, well, SJW, whilst it is an actual thing and they're sad losers, they're also irrelevant. And yet, for some reason, these fucking these people like who are at these anti-SJW fucking these people who go on about it, it's like, you are the only reason I hear this word. I never encountered. It's like, if you shut up about having Tumblr, right, having the majority of Tumblr does not make you a threat in any way. It's like with all these people. It's like with Anita Sarkeesian. It's like with all these other Anita Sarkeesian. If nobody had ever if they didn't focus on her and make her out to be this, like, and turn her into the icon and the figurehead of everything, she would not have ended up on the Colbert Report or CNN or any of the. She would have been a YouTuber making videos like she originally was. But these fuckers turned her into the actual into this sort of, you know, media monster on the fact who ended up being everywhere all of a sudden. That's their fault. She just took advantage of the fucking offer. And the reason she got fucking picked up and no one on Gamergate did is because Gamergate didn't want to have a structure or didn't want to have a spokesman. But it's easy when they're focusing on one person. We'll say, oh, we'll talk to her. It makes common sense, isn't it? That's the whole stupid thing about it. It's like, you created these monsters. You act as if these people are important and powerful and influential, and as if they're making a sort of, they're a threat to you, and you turn them into one without even fucking, and you don't even realise it. If you shut your fucking mouth and got on with it and ignored her, wouldn't have happened. Can anyone define cultural Marxism? Yes, it's basically a way of doing red baiting and red scaring, like McCarthyism. But people don't want to say communism these days, unless you Glenn Beck, because he's mental. So they want to say cultural Marxism because it invokes the idea of communism. You know, and it sounds like something new. I've never heard anyone claim to be a cultural Marxist. It's like claiming to be a culinary fascist, really, you know. Yeah. Can you tell us what it is? No. Honestly, don't know. It's an ad hominem. It's just another word it's another little fucking boogeyman phrase that's created by the right, along with, you know, PC Brigade, you know, the liberal thought police, the left-wing media, you know, all that other fucking shit that, you know, and that's all it is. It's literally just used in that way. It means literally nothing. It's just a way of paintbrushing your entire fucking opposition in a way with an instantly negative, a phrase that's instantly perceived as negative. Well, it's not, yeah, it's used as a slur. I don't know what it is, it doesn't matter. Well, no, they believed it was Gamergate, mate, because Gamergate did not want to fucking define itself or give itself a structure. And you've got her sat there, and it's like, you've got one person and you've got a load of other people hiding behind their online accounts, and they're not actually coming forward with anything, and they don't want to have a spokesman, they don't want to have a structure, and they don't want to actually fucking, and they did this to themselves, mate. So the fact is, you've gotten, I'm looking at it and I'm sitting there going, well, what am I fucking, can you blame anyone? It's not because she's a vulnerable woman, it's because she didn't fucking put herself forward, as she just sat there and went, right, this is what's happening to me, this is what's happening. That's what happened. And these fuckers did it to themselves. If your reaction, if you claim that you are being accused of being misogynistic and sexist, and your reaction is to go out en masse, find that person, and then deliberately send them misogynistic, sexist rape threats on Twitter, then you've How can you blame but yourself at that point? That's not what you do. It's like someone saying, accusing me of being a racist, and so I make a video uploading it, sort of, you know, making blatantly racist comments. It's like, what common sense is there in that? It's just ridiculous. It's not going to fucking help you. It's not going to give you it's not going to make people fucking feel, you know, sympathize with you. And that's what people need to do. They need to empathize with what you're campaigning against. That's politics. That's just the way it is, you know. But it hasn't got PR. That's the problem. Gamergate doesn't have PR because they don't want to fucking stand up and take responsibility for it. And that's the problem. You know, you can't have a fucking movement base that has no structure or fucking figureheads or people who can speak for it. You know, that's just, it's like me coming forward. It's like a group of 50 blokes saying, we've got this political party. What do you believe in? Well, we've got some idea. We've got one or two ideas about this, that, and the other. Who's in charge? Oh, no, not me. No, not. It's like, well, who do you talk to? Who do you get? Where do we fucking go to? She's faked most of the trolling. Well, I'm sorry, but I don't fucking buy that, because I don't believe she wasn't getting enough trolling. There wasn't enough real trolling. She faked every one. So how much of so were there any? You're telling me that there wasn't the same. The shit that she was getting sent to her was not real. All of it. Because I don't buy that, mate. I'm borderline irrelevant on the internet. I've got like 6,000 followers, and I know what it's like to fucking disagree with a group of people who don't like you. Right, and they will, and I've been inundated with it, and I find it hard to find that someone who has had as much focus on it as her had to fucking fake anything. You know, you can say she's faked it, but I've never seen anything that was in any way convincing that she sat there tweeting herself. You know, I'm sorry, and also I'm sorry, you are trying to fucking discount the fact that Gamergate was filled with people. That Gamergate allowed those people to take it over and to fucking be and to end up being the face people saw of it. That they let that happen because they wouldn't fucking distance themselves from it. They wouldn't take any responsibility for it, and they wouldn't fucking eventually set up some kind of systematic structure that would basically mean that you couldn't behave in that way. If that's what you're going to do, if you're going to let people run riot, that's why you're going to end up with people like that. You've got to have some kind of fucking sort of rules with it. I said, no, what do you mean most though? But you mean most? That's what I mean. It's like, I don't know how you mean most. And does that, so of the millions, so there's like, I think there were like 1.75 million Gamergate hashtag tweets. You're telling me that they're like within that, there's all the ones that are nasty are all Anita Sarkeesian being faked. That just sounds paranoid to me, mate. It's the same way it's the same way the right wing claim that a lot of their fucking EDL, every time someone did Zig Heiler had a swastika tattoo, oh, it's a left winger infiltrating us. There's no fucking reason to believe that. You know, it's like, it's a conspiracy. UKIP, oh, it's just the media picking on us when someone says something offensive. I mean, what do you really, you know, that's your excuse. You know, it's like you've got to own the fucking shit, you know. Who has an article about what on me? Oh, in Rational Wiki. Oh yeah, fucking hell. I've never read it. I ain't really fucking concerned with what some atheist neckbeard has decreed himself the arbiter of rationality thinks about me. My Encyclopedia Dramatica one is much funnier. I recommend giving it a read. But you know, what a wiki is. A wiki is basically like it's an encyclopedia. It's an encyclopedia where it's an online encyclopedia, and they tend to sort of be focused on. There's Wikipedia, which is everything, and then there's like there's specific wikis that are connected to certain things, like you know, there's a Minecraft Wikipedia, there's a wrestling Wikipedia, etc., etc. Yeah, well, that's what it all comes down to. Anyone who's claiming that there's anyone who's trying to defy or go against what is the commonly held view based on all the fucking reasonable evidence and the experts, it ultimately comes down to a conspiracy. They can't run away from that. You know, you can't run away from it. It's like you can't be a global warming denialist and then sit there and ultimately you're going to get down to a conspiracy. You know, that's all it's always going to be. You can't sit there and talk about the white genocide without ultimately bringing it down to a conspiracy. Hello, darling. How are you? Oh, what have we been doing here? It's 3 hours, 20 minutes. That's been poxy, isn't it? Metapedia. That was Metapedia. Once a website that once Pat Condell accidentally tweeted out without checking what it was. That was funny. Well, they're getting adverts removed from their sites. Well, that's amazing. I mean, why? That's what they're doing, right? So, and that's what the Gamergate. Who are the Gamergate people, though? The text doesn't sound like anything to me. Who are? What about all the? Again, there's no definition of what somebody is to be in Gamergate. It was just a free for all, and you could. And there was no fucking way you could define it. You could easily dismiss something without it. And I don't give that requires a movement. So we had to go through all that fuss for the last 7-8 months to get them to contact advertisers by email, something they could have done on their own. You know, it's hardly fucking sitting at the front of the bus, is it? You know, or crossing the boundaries, crossing the fucking segregation line at the canteen. Is Pat Condell still alive? Well, technically, I mean, he died inside a long time ago. The original Pat died long ago. He's still fucking, biologically still working. So, has anyone ever tried to send you a bad? No, I know what it is, though. I know what Bad Dragon is. I've heard of it. The people on 8chan. So now I've got to go on 8chan. Yeah, but this is the problem. I should not have to go to a fucking website like that. Do you think most people know what the fuck 8chan is or want to go there? I don't want to go to 8chan to have to learn about this, to fucking see that, you've got to be able, like I said, it's a movement. It's a movement trying to affect change. You need to actually get to the public, not a forum on a website that is basically that is a very, very niche market. That's of no use to you. You can't get a movement there. You need to reach the public. That's where you get the change in, 8chan is not going to reach the public. My mum is not going to fucking find out or hear about this through 8chan. This is my thing. It's like, this is the problem with a lot of people when they, I ended up like it. I would spend too long on the internet and you end up getting sucked into this idea where you think that this, I know I asked where they were, but what I'm saying to you is where they are is useless to them. It's of no value. Like, you can't blame anyone for not knowing anything about Gamergate or being very vague or not being up on it when they hang around a website where no cunt's going to fucking go and find out about it. That's the problem. Right, but the problem with a lot of people is they get sucked in. They think the shit that goes on here, in this little world here, they think that this is just this is reality, and it's not. No one gives a. Turn your computer off for a week, go outside, and just don't fucking go on it, and see how much stuff that goes on here, in this little fucking computer screen, how little of it actually matters anywhere. And you come back thinking, why do I get upset about that comment that get left there? Why do I get upset about that tweet or that thing? Why did that bother me? It means nothing. There's no fucking relevance of anything. I've just fallen into the trap of belief. I've got trapped in my bubble. Back away from it, leave it be. It's easy to fucking walk away from this shit. It really is. The internet's very bad for you. Just remember, you can do a lot of good on the internet, but you got to remember that it's not fucking the real world. It's still a fucking weird place where the rules of life just don't apply. And Being worse than 4chan is kind of fucking impressive, though, isn't it? I mean, it's sort of those things. It's so fucking. It's so difficult to do that it's almost an achievement. It's like being Galen's uglier twin. Oh, are you familiar with Miley Cyrus's slutty twin sister? Yeah, there's a. No, I'm trying to get comfortable. My mattress keeps slipping backwards. I have to keep moving up. Oh, meth! Huh? Huh? I never heard that one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but Alex Jones makes money. Alex Jones has a fucking earns a living. He earns about fucking 6 figures a year, no doubt. He's found a way to fucking exploit it. That's what he's doing. That's what Alex Jones is doing. He's not the stupid one. He's the one taking home a fucking ridiculous huge amount of money from it. It's the knobheads who buy into it and think that it's actually fucking real and thinks that anyone outside of look what happens when Alex Jones goes on the news or BBC. What do people do? They stare at him and go, no. And that's it. And that's all that happens. He gets coverage. He gets nowhere. Who's going to take Alex Jones seriously? Who's going to look at Alex Jones and go, yeah? What sane person who's got a fucking, who's steeped in fucking normality is going to fall for it, Galen has a girlfriend now. I'm sorry, but you can't. Sticking a fucking cutout of Taylor Swift's head on a broom does not fucking count. Right. Putting your willy in the fucking blow up hole of a punch me clown that you've drawn you've got a wig on does not count. Say E.T. I say E.T. Keep it. What do kids say today? Keep it black and fuck them bitches, man. No, sorry, no, I shouldn't say that to an 8-year-old. Well, no one ever got thrown out of the EDL. You couldn't get thrown out of the EDL because no one was ever in the EDL. That was the freaking trick, and he did, because Tommy Robinson didn't want to have to fill out paperwork. Because then he'd have to explain where money went, Yes, but those people do not fucking those are not the people who are they're not mainstream. They're people who think they're special, I'll use whatever I bloody well want. Jesus Christ Almighty! I'm not gonna. I don't have to sit here. I'm 35 years old. I should not have to sit here and explain to other adults how a word is not, how the problem is the intent, not the word, And the word retard is never, whatever word you use, it's never going to it's not going to be the factor that makes the difference. You can be just as racist and offensive. There is not one racial slur in Mein Kampf, right? End of story. There are no racial slurs in the BNP's manifesto or on their website. End of fucking discussion. Right? Do not sit here and tell me about words. They're not the that's just your irrational fucking problem. That's just you reacting to a sound. What genre of music? Pretty much all of them. I miss Blog TV. Yeah, I wish they hadn't sold it. It was shit, but it was good. Yeah. Oh yeah, you get people just but you get called everything. I mean, this is a silly thing about, and this is the hypocrisy. The people who always complain about, it's like you get Condell, he'll sit there and go, oh God, have you noticed that the left and the liberals, the only argument they ever use is calling you a racist and a Nazi? He will then in the same fucking sentence or in the same minute of the video go, the real Nazis are, of course, are the left and the liberals. The Guardian and anyone who reads them are the brown shirts. The reason that liberals support Palestine is because they're racist. And they don't support Israel because they hate the Jews and want them all dead. And I'm supposed to sit here and go, and just like, I'm sat there thinking, how are these people watching this and not noticing the fact that he does the same thing. He says, people call me an Islamophobe. Well, Islamophobia is a made-up word, and the people who call me that are Islamo-sympathizers. Oh, well, that's a fucking common word, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's like, he does it without fail. It's like fucking clockwork. It's almost a record. I don't know what the record is for the most fucking contradictions and blatantly hypocritical statements in one set, but he does them, and he does it without fail. You know, Block TV hasn't existed for years. What the fuck do you think I'm on this thing? Shut down. We changed the website and joined up with another one. I know all words are made up. They don't mean that, but I mean, it's a stupid argument. Islamophobia is a made up word. Yes, of course, because it'd have to be made up, wouldn't it? I mean, you couldn't you couldn't just use an old one. What are we going to use? Oh, we're just going to use syphilis. That's what. What they mean by that is they're saying that it doesn't actually exist. And then you give them 100,000,001 examples of Muslims being picked on or attacked, or people bombing mosques, or things like things where Muslims have been targeted and put in camps or whatever. And they're just like, oh, it's not Islamophobia. That's just anti-Muslim bigotry. Well, what we're arguing over here is a semantic issue. You don't have a problem with Islamophobia as a concept. You don't like the word. You think the word is a problem. Well, it's not. The fucking word is perfectly fine. No one complains about the fact that everyone uses the word paedophilia and paedophile. The word paedophilia was actually invented by a paedophile activist group like NAMBLA ages ago. And if you break it down etymologically, you end up with what it translates as. Paedophilia is the brotherly love of children. That's what paedophilia means. If you're going to object to Islamophobia because you think it isn't fucking etymologically fucking perfect, then paedophilia should be the next thing on your list. Homophobia does not translate as a fear or hatred of gay people, because homo means the same. So you actually have a irrational fear and hatred of the same. That doesn't make any freaking sense, does it? Anti-Semitism is associated with the Jews, but not all Jews are Semitic. In fact, you can be Semitic and not be a Jew, but we say anti-Semitic because that's the fucking word that's stuck with it. Do you see? You see how it doesn't matter, and people don't fucking. But they want to sit here and argue about the word Islamophobia. It's like, well, that's the stupid thing about it. It's like the word isn't the issue. People being killed are the issue. I'm trying to be genuinely insightful. Yeah, that might be a problem. No, I wasn't disagreeing with you, Sven. I wasn't even paying attention. I was just going off on one. I'm trying to sort of keep talking because you might notice I'm the only one on the show. I know I've got a mate who actually goes around on social media and he deliberately corrects the grammar of posts only made by Jews. He's anti-Semitic. Booyah! I didn't hear that. I haven't heard that. I don't know whether that's true or not. To be honest, it's hardly the most grievous thing that Anders Breivik. To be honest, if you're in prison, right? To us that sounds outrageous, but if you're in prison, what are you going to do? If you think you can moan enough and get an upgrade on your PlayStation for free, then what the fuck would you not bother? What are you going to do? You're going anyway, you know what I mean? People talk about sort of like the 3-course meals for these paedophiles. So what are they supposed to do? What are they going to do? We're going to lock them up and just put them, make them go hunt in the wild, are we? We're going to make them go, chuck them a raw meat thing. Is this what we do? What did you think was going to happen when we put these people in prison? Do you think Galen is a rapist? I think he'd have to be. But then I don't think it's possible to not get away from him quick enough. He's like repellent. It's like putting 2 magnets at north, Yeah, Anders Breivik said lots of mental things. You should read his manifesto. It's quite fucking, At least he put some effort into it. He was like Elliot Rodgers, Oh, Anders Breivik, he managed to stretch fuck Muslims out to 1,500 pages. Elliot Rodgers did My Life, 14 pages. Fucking Jesus, I could write a 14-page story about the shit I took this morning. You know, fucking loser. Yeah, but he's mental as well, you got to remember, Snow. So he might want a PlayStation 2. He might want a PlayStation 3 because he's a bit fucking weird, you know, he's a bit of a psycho. He's weird like that, you know. Varg's been released. That's a great name, isn't it, for a fuck? Varg. Varg Virtus. Well, you will be free. I will crush you. Pardon me. Is his middle name Valkyrie? Vincento? Valente Vincenio? Used to be edgy, cool kid, but now he, look, mate, everyone becomes a fat middle-aged man. Like, everybody becomes a fat middle-aged man. Not look, I don't care how cool you are when you're a kid. Everybody kills out, mate. Everybody, your anger that you feel when you're young is not as fucking. It's not all about the system, man. And it's a lot of it's just about you, you know. You can't be angry all your life because you don't need to be. You just got to figure out. You just got to figure out what, you know, how to deal with it and keep your head above water. Not taking everything too seriously. Not to dismiss anything too easily. And just remember that in a minute, when you die, nothing fucking matters anyway after that. So just go with it. You ain't going nowhere. You ain't working for nothing. You're going to end up in the ground being eaten by maggots. And thank God for that. Wouldn't want to fucking have to go through this life knowing I'm being judged for something over there. God, it'd be impossible. TJ's career. Well, I couldn't possibly say. He's doing he YouTubes. I don't know what. I mean, he can't really sit here and say what longevity is in that because YouTube ain't been around long enough. Here's the fact about YouTube. I mean, YouTube's become a bit more credible, but the thing about YouTube is it's still something that anyone could do. And you have to have a super sub channel in order for anyone to fucking take you seriously in terms of the sort of entertainment industry. But the thing, because ultimately, in the end of the day, anyone can join and end up with a massive audience. So there's no sort of sense of credibility of working up for it. But right, the day you know that being a YouTube vlogger is now of some significance is the day that a guy walks into a party or a bar, talks to a woman, and based purely on the amount of YouTube subscribers he's got, she fucks him. That's it. That's the standard. Until your YouTube subscriber count can be used as the sole fucking piece of advanced information in order to get. That's it. That's the standard, I'm afraid. If no one's going to bang you for it, it's not fucking important enough. And it might sound shallow, and it is. It's fucking true. Oh shit, I lost my screen. Oh shit, my hair. I can't get this fucking thing right. Huh. PewDiePie gets all the part. Well, I bet he probably does. He's quite good looking for the internet, though, isn't he? I mean, by internet standards. Yeah, I don't know, but maybe he doesn't. I mean, why would anyone care? It's like he goes up to all and says, "Oh, do you know I've got 35 million YouTube subscribers?" She'd be like, "That guy's got a fucking Porsche 911." I find that more impressive. PewDiePie, he's the biggest channel on YouTube. He's got like 35 million subscribers. He plays video games, and that's it. You know, one of those ideas that you think, God, if only I thought of that. Because that's what all the amount of channels I see that are gaming. It's just people playing video games, Minecraft game. The amount of Minecraft channels, just Minecraft, and they've got like 5-8 million subscribers. I'm like, Jesus Christ! I've never occurred to me to do this. I'd never have thought of that one. I'm sure he doesn't. I'm sure he's not. I'm sure PewDiePie doesn't struggle to find someone to chat to on Skype of an evening, or have some sort of filthy text-based and photo-based exchange of information with. You've never heard of him. I honestly don't think he's bothered, though, mate. In all fairness, I don't think you're his market. It's like the people who used to go on about Fred. Well, Fred shit. I'm like, you think he gives a fuck? You think he gives a fuck what the fucking angry mid-20 to 35-year-old atheist neckbeards think about him? He's a Nickelodeon kids act, you know. Is he any good? No. Well, I don't really fucking fuck, but I think maybe he was one of the first ones to do it, or he just sort of you know, I don't know what it is. I mean, I don't fucking get it. He doesn't entertain me. I prefer like I like Rooster Teeth. I like watch KSI or Paul Saws is a good gaming channel. What's the other one? Diamond Minecraft. I like that one. There's another one. It's got in mind. Critical. Yeah, it's pretty much everything. Yeah, there's so many, but like, it's difficult to fucking find ones that are too good. But there's a few. I prefer it when people play the games. I hate these people who play games and go, "Hey guys, how you doing?" And they just put this voice on. They're trying to be extra wacky. They think because they're not on camera, they have to sort of overdo everything. It's like, just fucking talk. You know, you can just talk normally and fucking. You don't have to acting like a pillock over exaggerating every fucking syllable you say does not make it. It's not entertaining. Well, of course, his fan base. Oh, come on, look, people. I really get that. It annoys me when people go on about, "Oh, this guy's fanboys are ridiculous." I'm like, whose fanboys are? Do you know what the difference is with PewDiePie? He's got the most. He's got 35 million. If you were to fucking have a go at me, I've got like 20. You know, everyone's got fanboys, and there's no fucking level of. There's no sort of good fanboys or bad fanboys. And then it's like, but then there's people like the Archfiend who make the same fucking. He makes a video slagging off a very popular YouTuber with their name capitals, and then he fucking acts, and then his fans who like him and who don't know who this fucking bald middle-aged fuck is who's having a go at him, they say, "Fuck you, he's awesome, I think he's great, fuck it." And then he goes and reads those comments and goes, "Man, look at these delusional fucking what did you do? What do you expect? You were slagging off someone who they actually enjoy, and that's all you did." And they're sort of sitting there thinking, "Well, what the fuck have you done yet? What have you done, mate? Nothing. So fuck you," is what they say. And then you act surprised that people who are fans of this person reacted badly to you fucking insulting them for 10 minutes. Maybe if you made some content, you know, that would be the fucking, you know, it's just stupid. It's just, fanboys are just one of those fucking deflective distractions people use to escape actually having a fucking argument, or to act like they're being overwhelmed by something. Yeah, but TJ's fanboys write essays, but the thing is, like, because they're only about 13, you know, and they're repeating the fucking 2 grades below them, they fucking can't. You can't read half of it, you know. Yeah, but I mean, getting in a fight on the internet, people say, like, you know, we're going to have some, should we go start some drama? It's like, what, there isn't enough real drama. You can't find a real fight to go now. Having a fight on the internet, it's always someone who says something, go, "I just say what I say to get a reaction." I'm like, that's the easiest thing in the world. The easiest thing in the world to do is to go on the internet, say something, and then get an emotional reaction. It's like you might as well say, I'm going to go outside, punch someone, and try and get them to hit me. It's like, of course this is going to happen if you do that. It's like, you don't need to fucking go out there out of your way to make people react. And what's so difficult? Humans are emotional creatures. We are defined by it. It's the fucking, we react on it. It's not difficult to get humans to react to something. You just have to say something obviously offensive. And then you acting as if that's an achievement. You could have made me feel something or think something with a point. You know? See, that's fucking, that's got a point there. See that depth, meaning, there was a subtext. There was overt, there was undervert. There was everything there. You know, it had throwbacks, callbacks, everything. I did try filming when I got Minecraft. I did try four times filming a fucking sort of like let's play video. I never got, the recordings were just awful. Never came out. No, it never came out. So fuck it. Everyone liked TJ a few years ago, but then everyone used to like. There's a time when you used to think Green Day were rock and roll or punk. You know, you go up and go, that's stupid, wasn't it? Why did I think that was a fucking? Oh, silly me. Oh. I used to think fucking, you know, Salvador Dali was good. No, he's actually shit. Oh, do you remember that time do you remember that time we actually thought that Carlos Mencia was funny? No, I don't remember that one. Hey man, TJ's just trying to TJ's just getting a reaction. He's just trying to make you feel something, man. You know, gotta give TJ credit. He's not a guy who lets, you know, being consistent, you know, for even one video in a row get in the way of him creating fucking controversy for no reason than to get clickbait. I've got to admire that. You know, I've never seen a man make like multiple videos in a row contradicting himself on the same issue each time with no fucking hesitation or concern for what he was doing. It's no consistency, and it's not important. Yeah, keeps going. What's your opinion on Brett? Why would you ask me that question? What do you think my opinion is, and who cares? It's Brett Keane and J-Dub. No one needs an opinion on them. They are Brett Keane and J-Dubs. That's it. That's all they are. Jay's dead for about 2 years. Well, he hasn't, because he's been on Twitter and Facebook and messaging me on other stuff. I don't even care if he is, and he's been on Google Hangouts, so he's definitely not been dead, sadly. I would have felt the earth fucking shake when he fell over. I would have heard the sort of natural screams of joy coming from all of those around him. The galloping of wolves and bears towards his corpse to feast off the fucking flesh that would have lasted him a fucking week. And Brett Keane gets his skin and has it turned into a memorial couch. No, he shouldn't. Yeah, he has a good, well thought out video every now and again. I'm not denying that. The problem is, I don't have any reason to trust that he believes what he's saying, because he doesn't say what he says. That's not his issue when he makes a video. He doesn't think, do I want to say what I actually believe? He's like, what's going to be the fucking, what can I do with this video that's going to make more people click on it and watch it and get more sort of, that's it. That's his reaction. He can make a good video and make a brilliant point, and he can be very, very engaging, and he can be very charismatic and get you, you know, and he can actually, he's got the potential to be very, very good. He just hasn't got the fucking motivation. He's too fucking lazy, and he doesn't have any motivation to actually fucking take the time to do it. He'd rather just make the money and get the fucking, and get the clicks and the views. Oh, I couldn't give a shit about Kanye and the Grammys. God almighty. Do I look like a bloke who's prepared to have an opinion on Kanye West? TJ's Reddit incarnate. Well, yeah, I mean, probably. I mean, Reddit is a trash website. I've hated it. I've never liked it. It's worse than 4chan. It's worse than, because at least 4chan, you know it's going to be fucking horrid. You don't need to fucking pretend to. Reddit puts on this fucking pretense that it's some kind of nice place to be, or it's a decent website with communities, and it's not. It's worse. And do you know what I really hate about Reddit? I joined Reddit like 5 years ago. You connect it to your YouTube channel. Every video for the last 5 years, I have linked to the Reddit, posted, not one fucking arrow up. Not one, fuck all. Not one. In fucking, and I'm just like, how is that possible? How is it not by one chance? How did I not even by accident? Look, images full of liberals, Tumblr's full of feminists, Reddit's full of MRAs, 4chan's full of 12-year-olds with no agenda. Then you got all the racists over on one website. You got, it's fine. Keep it that way. That's okay. I can handle that. Twitter's got a bit of everything. Twitter's like no man's land. Facebook's a bit of everything, but tries to be a bit more civilized. YouTube's just like YouTube's a free-for-all where little sort of communities pop up like a fucking bacteria. Venom X is still around, and we don't need another Venom X. We need less people like him. We don't need a Nevillum Free either. Nevillum Free, leave him alone. Leave the poor sod alone. He does not need to be fucking dragged. He is fucking so... I know he's creepier than fucking hell, and he makes my fucking skin crawl. And I can only imagine the fucking terror of the children in the freezer as they fucking hear the door shut. But at the end of the day, do you think anyone's ever been convinced of anything he said? He's fucking useless. He's harmless. No one's going to buy it. It's just a stupid fucking... It's like when people... Jason Burns is another one. Who the fuck gives a shit about Jason? Jason Burns, I clicked on like 10 of his videos. He had one video, right? He had one video that had 2 stars, 2 thumbs up. The other one, right? The other 9 were all 1 star, which meant it was only him. I thumbed up one of his videos out of fucking pity. He's such a laughably pathetic character. There's absolutely no reason for anyone to be scared of him. Or to focus on making videos on it, 17 videos on him 20 times a week, or having debates with him when the guy's clearly a little bit simple. And he's of no fucking threat to anyone. Can't we raise our game a little bit with that? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Was Funderfit's one of those, I'm not an MRA, but... I'm anti-feminine. I'm not an MRI. Even TJ claims he's not an MRI. Which is like, okay, right. I mean, obviously, you agree with them on everything. Make every argument they make. Do nothing but make the same videos. You have been on the Voice for Men radio. So you've been featured on the Voice for Men website, and you were booked to speak by Paula Lamb at the Conference for Men's Rights in Detroit, which you cancelled on. But you're not an MRI. You just believe everything they say, and you do everything they do, and promote the same idea. Everything's the same, apart from you're not. I mean, how does that work? Can anyone explain that to me? And it says a lot. And the MRAs should be the ones asking the question why that is. And because if the Amazing Atheist does not want to associate with you via a label because he feels it's going to be detrimental and make him look, it's going to be a stigma because he knows what they're like and how they're perceived, should say something to you when the Amazing Atheist is fucking worried about his reputation. Vsauce is great. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Never seen a man so excited about it. It's He must have just been doing loads of blow under the camera. Oh. Yeah, but Andy Cantavad says lots of things that are a little bit wacky. I think about him is I think he says, I think, you know, you can't blame Pat Condell for that. You know, but the thing is, you can. It's like with Anders Breivik. You can't blame anyone for it, but you can blame people for giving someone the idea and, you know, fueling the. You can't sit there and tell me that. I mean, if you're sitting there saying that you had nothing, it has nothing to do with the people who influenced or who Anders Breivik gave props to or credit to or considered inspiration or, you know, a great spokesman. You can't sit and tell what. So you're saying that the words you say mean nothing and they have no impact. And I'm like, well, of course they do. You know, you didn't have to say them. You should have sat there and thought, well, what if some nutter's listening to this and he believes it? You know, what Anders Breivik did, given what he believed, given the things that he believed, Anders Breivik's massacre made perfect sense. Because this is the position he was put in. If you believe what he believed, the only logical thing you can do to react is to go on a massive killing spree and start attacking government buildings, because that's what he's got. No fucking other real choice, really, is it? You know, what's he going to do to fucking about it? There's nothing you do. That's the reality of when you put those fucking stupid ideas of fucking. When you put those ideas of, like, you know, these lot have come over here, they've taken over, they've infiltrated the government, and the political correct and the liberals and these lot, and it's like, well, you created this mass. You've created this scenario where people have come over, taken over. You're going to be the victim, and there's nothing you can do about it. And that's going to be, and the only end result of that is some nutter's going to go out and kill people. You know. And we know this because from history. That's what happens when people feel that they've got absolutely no choice or option left. What's Anders Breivik going to do? Go on a march? Well, still going yet. Why do you twats give Coughlan money? Well, you have to ask them that, man. Why do you care who gives money to me? There's my question. What is it to do? What does it matter to you? Joseph Buckley, don't watch him. G-Man, couldn't give a shit. Who the fuck cares? Again, he's just the flavour of the month. That's all he is. He's of no importance, relevance whatsoever. He's just one of the he just happens to be around. You know. For some reason, people think they need to keep going on about it. But yes, but the fact is, we don't know whether he would have gone crazy. What we do know, yes, but there's no point having that debate. We need to look at what we do know, and what we do know is what this guy believed was he believed what he believed, and he got all of the confirmation, all of the, you know, his beliefs were reaffirmed and given credence by these people who say the same things and who put those ideas out there. So what we can say is, if those people were not saying that, he would not have fucking he might have necessarily not believed that, right? Now, maybe he'd have believed something else, but we don't know that, so there's no point having that discussion. All we know is he reacted based on what he believed. We might as well no one sits here and goes, well, we don't know if this guy wasn't a Muslim, he might not have gone on a killing spree. Maybe they would have done. Maybe if those cunts that did Charlie Hebdo and Jewish Supermarket, maybe they'd have done it if they were bloody Muslim. We don't know, you know? They could have done something else. But there's no point having that discussion. We can only talk about what actually happened, you know. We can only discuss what really did happen. And the fact of the matter is, people who are public figures who who put forward ideas and put forward and, you know, present, you know, a view of the world or an opinion, you know, you have a responsibility to fucking. You can't sit there and say that you're not responsible for people who listen to you and pick up what you say. And if you know, and if what you're saying is in any way creating paranoia, fear, or some sort of prejudice or social unrest, it's contributing to it. You've got to accept the fact that you might fucking be contributing to one day someone reacting in a bad way. That's just, and if you don't want to take that responsibility, you shouldn't be making a video about it. You shouldn't be talking about it. You know, the Bible has never fucking told anyone anything. People pick it up and read it. You know, people blame it for everything, though, don't they? Well, no, if a Christian, you know, well, no, it's always like if a Muslim kills someone, they're a Muslim and that's it. And it's like you never hear about. It's like if you have if someone dies, if the race of a person is never mentioned in a story, it's because they're white. As soon as they're black, they put it in a different. It's put in a different. It's mentioned and it's brought up and it becomes an issue. Because people feel that the actual default position is they're always going to assume someone whose race has been mentioned is they're white, so you've got to mention whether they weren't or not. You know, and it's just annoying, you know, because you end up having the same fucking arguments like, no, well, white people have been killed by police. It's like, yes, and we're so fucking pleased about that. You know? Like people always use that one, like, well, these freaking people get killed as well, as if you're supposed to go, oh, look, isn't that great? Oh, more people. So what you're saying is I should be okay with this because there's other people dying too. People use other people's disasters and misery to try and fucking do away your excuse for being outraged about something. It's ridiculous. Cheer up. There's people starving in Africa. Oh, are there? Oh, fantastic. The idea of starving African children always gets me going up and feeling a bit more upbeat. Scottish independence, I have no idea. And you know what? I don't think anyone who it's one of those things. I don't think anyone. The fact is, no one knows what the fuck would happen. No one really knows. The people who are not voting for it are just a little bit too worried that it might go tits up. The people who are voting for it are, you know, they're confident and they've got, you know, they clearly fucking believe it's going to be okay, but they're still, at the end of the day, they don't fucking know. You can't fucking be sure. So really, it just goes down to, you know, what's your best bet, you know? But to me, it's not my fucking problem. You know, it's not my issue. It doesn't affect me, you know. So I can't really have too much of an opinion on it. But to be honest, I just think it's one of those ones. It's like we don't know. You don't know until it happens. British independence. Well, we got that, haven't we? I'm pretty sure we have British independence. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're our own. We are our own independent fucking sovereign nation. So, last time I checked, I didn't realise we were some sort of republic or colony of another one. How many times have you watched Braveheart? Once. It was shit. Don't do it in a Braveheart because I'll have to go through explaining. Don't want to have to go through the fact that Braveheart is the shittest film in the world. I don't know, and I don't really fucking care, and I'm not really going to fucking talk about that because I can't really. Not really going to go into that, mate. I can't answer it. Fuck him. Fuck you and fucking fuck people. Anyone, the people this week about is like the people who just fucking go, oh right, I know who this person is. I know, I know, like Baronessa and that. It's like nothing I do now. Like Baronessa's view of me is I said something that she considered offensive towards trans people. That therefore negates every other thing I've ever done. All the fucking things I've done prior to that mean nothing because of one thing. And I've become I definitely don't like intolerance completely, but I've become intolerant of anyone who thinks that somebody's doing something or saying something that they consider to be outrageous and offensive. Suddenly renders everything that person's done. It's like, fuck them, he's a cunt, he's a horror. It's like, well, hold on. What about everything? The guy's fucking 60 years old. He's done this. Let me put it this way. If Glenn Beck tomorrow discovered a cure for AIDS and cancer, I know it won't happen. Let's just say he does. He discovers a cure for AIDS cancer, guaranteed, works all the time. Would you not think you can sit there and go, right, I think we should let Glenn Beck off all the lot of the shit, you know? I didn't say anything about trans people. What I did was a few weeks ago, actually a few months ago, I posted a joke that was centered, that was based around the idea of involved. The joke was this: the hashtag was 5 words to ruin a date, and and the 5 words to ruin a date, and it was, so that's what pre-op means, right? That was it. Now this was sort of found and put out as me sort of saying that, you know, dating trans people is the worstest thing ever. That's the way you ruin a date, by finding out someone's transgender. What it was actually about, the joke was about, the concept was some guy goes on a date with someone not knowing what pre-op means, and one thing leads to another, and then he pulls down the pants and finds out, oh, that's what pre-op means. That's what it is. It's about some bloke not knowing what the fuck it actually is, you know, and that was it. But this was put out as like me sort of saying, oh God, can you imagine if you went out with someone and they were trans? Oh God, it would be horrible. And I get like 4 or 5 hours of just fucking endless whinging from people. And the person who fucking deliberately tweeted that out with the intent, who must have gone through my fucking Twitter feed for a month to find it, right? Because it was an old tweet. Tweeted it out in a really cowardly way without actually you knowing, and just they presented it as if this is someone who's an ally of ours, you know, this disgusting trans, and they know me, and Baronessa knows perfectly well that is what I do. She knows the sort of things that I say and do, and the jokes I make. She knows perfectly. She has no reason to believe that I was being genuine or trying to be transphobic, unless of course she happens to think that any joke involving transgender people is immediately fucking hateful, which is bollocks, and is a stupid fucking, and it's just someone that is a fucking, and that's an entitlement that she clearly thinks she has, because she seems to think anytime I've ever said anything about trans people, which is like what, 5 times maybe, that suddenly I'm being serious. All the other times I'm being joking. Yeah? When I do all the jokes about every other thing, I'm joking. So that doesn't bother her. As soon as you say something about trans people, because I happen to think that trans people are probably perfectly reasonable grown-ups who are capable of having a joke made. And in fact, doing so is including them with everything. If I sit here and say I'm not doing a joke about trans people anymore, because apparently you guys are fucking, I treat you like children. I have to sit here and fucking tiptoe around you because you're special compared to all these other groups. And that's just bollocks, isn't it? Is Dick an MRA or an SJW? Oh my God, well, here's a concept. Did you ever think that I could be neither? Or does it matter? Do I have to be one or the other? I mean, is there only 2 options? Can I be option C? Like, can I just be Richard Coughlan? And can I have my opinions can I be based on what my opinions and ideas are, not the label that you need to give me to? Oh God, bloody SJW. I just used to, you know, what happened to me just being the bloke on the internet who makes videos? Why does it always have to be, oh, you're one of them? Why do I have to, can't it just be, look, does it matter what label I have? Talk to me. Bloody hell. I can be whatever I want, but you seem to think I must have been an MRA. Look, I find men's rights activists to be more laughable and ridiculous, and I find them to be more pitiful. So I tend to focus on them more, right, than I do all the others. That's me, right? And it's not my fault that men's rights activists are laughable and easy to take the piss out of. You know, that's not my fault. That's theirs. Yeah, but someone's got to. There's enough people. You know, I like to also try and make videos that are not doing the same thing as everyone else. So when I see everybody's making anti-feminist videos, even if I wanted to, which I don't, but even if I wanted to, I would sit there and go, well, what's the point? Everyone else is doing it. Why don't I do the other side? Why don't I do the MRAs as well? Just give them a bit of a. I know I'm going to get fucking a massive amount of trolling for it, but who gives a shit? You know, what's the worst that's going to happen? They're going to post some comments, thumb a video down, and in a day's time, no one's going to care. You do realise that well, you do realise that these anti-SJ, do you realise that in some way or another, the people who bang on about SJWs are exactly the same as it? They're doing the same thing. They go around, they have the same bizarre sort of, they have the same ridiculous standards and the same ridiculous sort of desire to avert social change against what they consider to be a threat to them. Anyone who thinks that a group of people who call themselves social justice warriors, who exist only on Tumblr, are in somehow a threat to the and it requires people to donate 15 grand a month to Davis Arini and Jordan Owen to make a documentary about what? About some people on the internet. You know, this is what you're making a documentary about. And it's going to cost like 50 grand. And this is what we, you know, isn't that a little bit social justice warrior? Let's make a feature-length documentary that costs 50 grand, ridiculous amount of money, about people on Tumblr who say things that, are you joking? You know? What, you know, when people say anti-racist is code for anti-white, isn't that exactly the same thing? They're saying that they're trying to accuse you of something and trying to spin you as being the bigot by trying to reassign the language you make. You know, isn't that the same fucking thing? You know what I mean? It's you know, these people are all as bad as each other. They all do the same fucking thing. It's just they come and they both sit there thinking this is the ironic thing. The SJWs and the anti-SJWs, they both sit there thinking the other side are a bunch of cunts. And neither of them see the irony that they're both right. But yes, you are. But it's just the difference is you can't see how fucking much of cunt you are because you've convinced yourself you're right. Yeah, well, that's the problem with labels, isn't it? I mean, this is why I try not to label myself in any sort of way too easily, because as soon as you do that, people fill the blanks in. They assume everything else. If I said I was a socialist, you'd get these idiots who fucking fill in the blanks for you. You know, if I said I was a liberal, or I said I was this, or I said I was that, people just fill it in, rather than say, does it like where do you stand politically? It's like, well, it depends what the fucking issue is, doesn't it? Well, are you a left wing or right wing? Well, it's like, well, it depends what the fucking issue is, isn't it? You know, it's like there's so much need to fucking just find out what someone is. It's like, you ain't going to do that. You ain't ever going to know me unless you sit down and have a conversation. That's what we could do more of. We need less videos of people saying Islam is this, that, and the other, and Muslims are this, that, and Christians is this, and religion is that, and feminists are that. And what we need is people sort of talking to each other, not past each other. Because you're never going to get people to understand you if you just go, well, I'm going to treat this as one monolithic entity, even though it won't apply to most people. I'm fucking making a thing about it. You know, that's the problem with people like Pat Gondell. He talks about things, he addresses the things he is criticizing or attacking. He's addressing it in a way that won't apply to most people. And therefore, it's going to cause a lot of frustration and anger. You know. That's the problem with it. It's like if people just fucking said, right, why don't we talk to each other on an individual basis and try and get to learning the levels of each other rather than saying feminist, evil, misogynist, rape, all this other shit. Can't we just... If that's your game, you're not fucking, you know, you're not going to, you're just in here for a drama or the war. I'm not interested in that. I've no fucking desire to sit there. You can call me there's nothing anyone could call me that I ain't been called that's anything worse than I've been accused of producing, manufacturing and distributing child snuff pornography before. You know, is there anything lower than that? Is there anything lower than that? Didn't seem to matter though, don't worry about it. What books do you like? Generally ones with words. You know, English, consonants, vowels, and gaps in between. Well, the problem is, Finn, some atheists have realised that. See, what I've noticed is that you've got these different sort of, the atheists sort of have split off into these, there's this group of atheists who have learned that actually religion is not the sort of fundamental root of all evil, and really it's very easy to get on with people who disagree with you, who are religious, but they have the same political positions, whereas I've met every sort of horrid, bigoted person who's an atheist too. So really, that's not the issue. But the problem is also, they've sort of grown past that and have learned to sort of get away from that sort of binary thinking. Whereas the other lot is like the people who are the simplistic, straightforward, bog standard atheists. Your Jacqueline Glynns, your fucking Cult of Dusties, your Barnick Nazis, it's just 101 straightforward route one thinking. And it's not really helpful. It's like, yes, it's easy to sit there as being an atheist and attack religion, and then use that as a shield from criticism, because you'll just turn around and go, well, atheism just means lack of a belief in God. Well, why don't you talk about what you believe in then, rather than trying to avoid conversation or criticism by not admitting you believe in anything, And that's the problem. But you can't be an atheist and sit there and sort of have a movement and then just dismiss it as just a lack of belief in God. Well, then what is it then? Is it a movement? Is it a movement where is it a foundation for something? Is it something that means it can be the central point, and that is it a fundamental aspect of does it make a difference in this, that, and the other, or is it just something that's a lack of belief in God? In which case you've got to make your mind up, because they seem to just pick what it is to suit them. Oh, but the religious and mental illness thing's been going on. It's been going on for years. It's one of those ones that comes along. It goes on a cycle. It's just a cycle. It'll come and go. It'll be back soon. Give it 6 months. I'm agreeing with P.Z. Myers. Well, the guy's not completely mental. There's probably crazier people than that, I agree with. Look, P.Z. Myers and I think already know we agree on one thing, and that's I think we can safely say we have the same opinion of Thunderfoot. So, yeah. But the whole babies are atheist thing, I mean, the question is, so what? I think the argument used to be, the point of the argument used to be that if belief in God is a sort of fundamental, it's because theists would argue that God exists, it's part of you, it's natural. And the argument would be, no, actually, you're born without a belief in God, so you're born an atheist. But it got perverted into this fucking thing where it's like, babies are atheists, and it became as if that was relevant. Yes, human beings in their dumbest form, lowest, least developed, and most ignorant, complete lack of conscious understanding, and be able to fathom nothing. Brainless, dead, vapid, empty. We're atheists then at that point. You have to grow up and learn about stuff. Then you might become religious. That's where, it's like, so what you're saying is when people grow up and learn things, that's when they're more likely to become a religious. Right, okay. Doesn't work, does it? The argument, it really doesn't come back to you too well. Yeah, the rocks are atheist one is funny, yeah. It's like, great, so that's how desperate we are for members. We're now counting inanimate objects. We count ghosts. Ghosts and people from the future. Viruses, bacteria, I guess. It's like, what does that say about we are mentally and intellectually on religion, we are at the same level as babies and rocks. Things without brains, or things with the least developed brains. Bloody stupid. Puppies don't believe in their human. They see and feel. They know it's there. They don't believe the human created them, though. They need the human to feed them. And they learn that. They learn that very quickly. No, you're not. Well, you're not anything politically. Technically, all babies are asexuals, and all babies are apolitical, or all babies are illiterate. All babies are incontinent. They are all, you know, they can't toilet the toilet. They can't talk. They can't communicate. They can't. They can't do anything really. They're useless. Who's Machine Ghost? I'm not bringing him in, so you can keep messaging. Can't be bothered. Have I heard of Spirit Science? Yes, I find him hilarious. And you know what? For some reason, I don't know why. I quite like him. I think he'd be a right laugh to hang around with. Because like, you know, sometimes someone is mental, but they're mental in a way that you just like. He's so mental. I find it quite charming. You know, I don't find any offence to it. It's so stupid. You know? In Australia, you assume people are lots of things. You know, racist, sexist, alcoholic, wife beater. There's a puppet. Well, no, it doesn't matter. Well, it wouldn't. It doesn't matter where it has a concept of it. I mean, it's conscious. It's it probably doesn't. But then, does it need one? I mean, it doesn't do anything that requires it to. It doesn't need to know it. You know, it just gets on with it. It understands things. It feels bonds clearly because it can grieve and mope and get excited. But it doesn't. It's all based on very simple shit. I very much doubt they're sat there contemplating it. I don't think an animal that eats its own shit should be fucking considered sort of. Well, I don't think we should be debating whether or not it's capable of any sort of philosophical complexities like that. Any idea when you're coming to Brighton next? I'm in Brighton on next Sunday, but I'm not there for a gig. The next time I'm there for a gig is April 30th, and then May the 10th to 16th. When will you tour Germany? No, I got to Germany quite a bit, but visit my special friend. But I don't gig there. Not masochist, you know. Well, lots of things. To be fair, some humans eat their own shit. For some reason, they're all Japanese, and they like putting it on the internet. I don't know why. Where's that? Where's what? April 30th. It's at the what's it called? Oh, for fuck's sake! Caroline's Brunswick. Carolina Brunswicks. That's it. Yeah. That's where that. Japanese or German? What? Depends what the what the noun is. Food, culture, women, men. Time. Yes, I was in prison. Yeah. I'm not doing a German gig. I just said I'm not doing a German gig. I haven't organised one. I don't intend to. Do you know? Right, do you know that on the morning of 9/11, all the Jews called in sick? You know where that is? They all had the flu. All the staff members who owned an Apple Mac didn't go up to work on 9/11. Do I grow up poor or middle class? Again, are those the only two options? Can you not be not middle class and not poor? I mean, I'm on the arse end of the social spectrum. An Amsterdam gig. No, I'm not going. Well, I haven't got one. I don't want to go all the way to Amsterdam for a gig unless it's really sort of worth it. Let's have a game of footy, lads. No. Footy, lads. Look at you trying to be normal. Toomler. If I knew where the fuck that was. Who the fuck's Toomler? How long's this show been going? Well, it's pretty much not stopped for the last 4.5 hours, which is pitiful, really. It's not even close. I used to do 15 hours with my eyes fucking shut without thinking. You can crash at my place. Well, that's an incentive. I come there now. I'll book it tomorrow. Middle class, working class, poor. I was definitely working class, still am. I mean, I've never left that part of it. I know a lot of people. I know a lot of the nationalist groups and nutters I targeted don't like that because they think that you have to be thick and talk like an illiterate, educated cunt from EastEnders to fucking be classed as working class. The fact that I learned to pick up a book and took an interest in reading stuff, you know, and talking properly bothered them. No. Does being a comedian? No, doesn't it? Do you sometimes sit there and dissect the joke? No. Well, I don't need to dissect it. I'll figure it out. I mean, if it's a good joke, you won't see it coming. That's the whole point of a joke. But then afterwards, you can look at it and go, "That's brilliant. That's the way he did that. Yeah, that's why that fucking worked." Yeah. It is immensely. It is incredibly. It's amazing how you can look at a single joke or one line and just every single bit matters. And I could sit here and explain for an hour why it fucking, you know, every single bit of how it works with each other, and it'll boil the tears off you. But then that's what you have to sort of come to. You have to sort of get an instinct for. You have to say, "Gov, cousin, bruv, jokes are not funny. Why? Once you understand why they're funny." That's absolute bollocks on me. It could not be more stupid of a statement. What do you mean you don't understand why they're funny? It's easy to understand why something's funny. You know why something's funny. You're telling me you hear a joke, you laugh, and you can't figure out why you thought that was funny. You just randomly laughed for no reason. You know, of course you understand why it's funny. You might not understand the structure of how it came about or it was put together, because that takes a while. You have to tell it in jokes in a few different ways. But to sit there and say you understand, that's like saying I understand how to play a song or what the chords are, therefore it's not a good song anymore. Well, that's how I feel. But I'm saying, you see, that you back out of every conversation you get challenged in. So I'm asking you could easily sit here and defend. I'm saying, you telling me you laugh at jokes, but you don't know why you're laughing. Yeah, because that's just silly. I mean, you must know why you suddenly you find something funny. You don't have to be able to trace it back, but you must be able to sit there and go, "Oh, that's why I find that amusing," because that means you understand why it's funny. You just like, but if the comedian has to be good enough to be able to surprise you with what jokes is. Why are Ethiopian jokes funny? Are you going to actually are you running away now? Why are Ethiopian joke? What is an Ethiopian joke? What is this, 1980? I don't remember it, but I know what it was. Yes, that was just there. That was sort of like the worst example mainstream of what was what was culturally a very, very sort of big issue at the time. Do you think Mannix is dead? No, he's not dead. I don't care either. Fuck him. It was funny because the black guy was always getting. I know why. No, mate. It was. Why are we talking about Love Thy Neighbour? I don't watch Love Thy Neighbour. Why are we talking about that? What are you going on about, Zombie? Could you not have found a more recent cultural reference that I could have easily fucking understood a bit better than that? How old are you? Are you sat there in a Zimmer having this conversation? Smoking a fucking Love Thy Neighbour. That was on TV before I was fucking born. I wasn't even a glint in the milkman's eye when that was on TV. But you say it's not funny anymore, but you've already laughed. Do you not get that? You say something's not funny once you understand it, but you don't need to. Once you laugh at the joke. Jokes don't tend to be things you listen to over and over again. They're not like songs or or movies. Like when you, it doesn't work like that. A joke is very disposable. No, there's no such thing as humour that isn't funny once you understand it. I'm sorry, you're making this statement based on the fact that you think that understanding something means you can't find it amusing anymore. Jokes tend to not have a very big, repetitive sort of. They can't be reused too often. You hear a joke over and over again because you know the punchline. That's why the whole point of a joke makes it funny is you don't know what the punchline is. That's not understanding the joke. That's what the joke is. That's why it's a very sort of. That's why you've got to sort of really work hard to get it, because you only get one shot at it, and you have to make sure every one of them it sort of has the impact on everyone else who hears it. Do I think Andy Kaufman was funny? Yes, I thought Andy Kaufman was incredibly brave and clever. He was probably one of those people who wasn't appreciated at the time. He was funny from a distance. Guy would slip shaving and end up looking like Hitler. Well, yeah, I mean that's just a sort of that's sort of an obvious one, right? Why someone would end up looking. But the simple thing is like, right, we'll just shave the rest of the moustache off. That's not. Have you watched any TV past 1974? What next are you going to bring up? You're going to bring up Steamboat Willie, the original Steptoe and Son. No, there's lots of material. There are materials and routines that I find funny and listen to a lot. Why are you obsessed with jokes? What about them? What, dude? You're taking a joke and giving it no context, right? Are they funny because they're true? What are you talking about? What are you fucking? What? So every joke that's ever gone, white guys are like this, is the same. There can't be a different ending to that changes the entire context. Could you please? Oh, I'm wasting my time here. I'm speaking on. I'm having a conversation that's not here. What's funny in 2015? That is the stupidest question I've been asked all night. What? Oh, nothing's funny here. Oh, we like really weird things, Really stupid things are funny in 2015. Jokes about stuff, stuff that, satire, things about news, things about like, everyday life, observation, the same shit that's been funny for fucking throughout human history. The same things, the same issues, just different people telling them. There's no different humor. There's just a different style. There's a different way of doing it. You hate that stupid. Well, don't listen to it then. But what do you mean racial humor? Well, what's wrong with racial humor? Anyone can. This idea, if you're going to do that old white blokes can't do jokes about black, it's bollocks. It's a load of shit. Okay. This idea, the notion that, if a white guy does that joke, he's racist. No, it's not true. There are lots of white comedians who cover racial issues, and they do it very well. That's the difference. There are lots of white guys who do very bad racial humor. There are lots of black guys who do very bad racial humor too. But a joke isn't always funny for the same reason. It depends what the joke is, who's telling it, what the fucking context of it is, and just everything else. And you're just asking me, like, the white guy does that, like that's a joke. Like that's not a joke. You don't say, yes, you do. You see plenty of racial humor these days. It's just you see plenty of, if you go see you see it from different races. But you'll see it from a lot more Indian acts if you go see them, or you go see Middle Eastern acts, Pakistani comedians. You see it from Jewish comedians. You'll see black comedians. I see black comedians. They pretty much have all got some black material. I'd figure that'd be appropriate, what with them being black. Well, it's supposed to be funny. No, it's not supposed to be funny because it's true. It's supposed to be funny because it's funny. Being funny and being true and not necessary and not, dude. You're not, dude. Seriously, you don't know what you're talking about. You're trying to tell me what's funny, and you're talking out your ass. It's not. Things do not have to be funny. You have to be true to be funny. No, it's not a format. You're telling me that you can only do a joke about race if it's true. No, it's not. You can do a joke about race and it could be complete nonsense. It could be absolutely ridiculous. You could actually spin around to the fucking issue and maybe go completely far the other way. You could satirize it, maybe reverse it, do it in a way that's quite surreal and obscure. Do it in a subversive way. You do not sit there and say this joke has to be that. Do you know Russell Peters? No, I know who he is. Right? I know who he is. But I'm just saying, you can't say that racial humour is not a format of joke. That is a subject matter. That is a subject matter for a fucking joke. And it's as long as you keep it relevant, there's absolutely no reason for anyone who to not be able to do it. I'm asking the questions, not forming the opinions. No, because you don't seem, your opinions are stupid. Your opinions are wrong, and they're completely based on a complete lack of understanding of what something is and is not, of what a joke is. You think a joke has to be something. It can be anything you want. You know, the idea that lots of comedians do jokes that are not based in reality. That don't tell true stories. They're not funny because you can't say funny because they're true. They're not all the same. Depends on the joke. Was that video I did about the fucking Justice for Men and Boys website? Was that funny because it's true? Was I saying facts in that? You've got cartoon YouTubers like who are completely over the top caricatures, and who I've presented with the most ridiculous backstory. Was there anything true in there? No. It's still, is that problem? No, that's the whole fucking point. It didn't have to be true. Yeah, fuck you, you're all wrong. Yes, he is an alpha male. Yeah. Well, he would be an alpha male in the era, as long as he lived in an era where there was only one letter of the alphabet. Yeah, and he was the only man. Yeah. Depends on the style. Again, you're now making the point I'm making. I'm trying to tell you, you weren't making it depends on the style. You were saying the opposite. You were saying it's funny because it's true. And I'm like, well, no, because you can do it in a different style. What I'm telling you is you can make a video or you can make a joke about something and it could be completely, utterly devoid from reality, but still make the same point. No, Seinfeld's not predictable at all. Seinfeld's material that he was most famous for, if you watch it now, yes, it's going to the airport, it's men and women in relationships, it's stuff that we've heard before, but you got to remember when he was doing it, it wasn't predictable. It wasn't like, it's a cliche to do jokes about the airport and getting on an airplane. It's a cliche to do jokes about, men and women in relationships. It's a cliche to go do jokes about but it wasn't back then. He was one of the people who was doing it when it wasn't. That's what you can watch George Carlin from the 50s, from the 60s and 70s, and it's pretty fucking bog standard. But at the time, you got to remember, it was very, very fan of Seinfeld. Yeah, I like Seinfeld. I think he's very underrated. I've never been great at observational humour. I've never been able to. I love that, and if you watch a lot of Seinfeld, what he does is he literally makes the most mundane, simple thing into this kind of complex. He goes through it in a way that presents it in a way that you've never seen it before. Simply the act of getting up out of a chair and going out, he turns it into a whole sort So there's this whole sort of backstory and inner dialogue going on in your head, and that sort of takes a lot. And it's clever, but it's not offensive and it's not controversial and it isn't, and so people don't give it the sort of credence it should do. Because people think you have to be some sort of, you have to be sort of outrageous, but you don't. Mr. Bean or Blackadder? Oh, come on, Blackadder, please. Mr. Bean was all right, but Blackadder was fucking so many more characters. Lenny Bruce, I never seen one Lenny Bruce routine that made me laugh. But yeah, at the time, Charlie Chaplin was fucking controversial. Look, Elvis Presley in the 50s was on telly. They wouldn't show him from the waist up because he was considered too shocking with his pelvic thrusting. And now you turn on, you got rappers going, "Fuck you, bitch, fuck you, fuck, cunt, fuck, shoot you, bitch." It's just, that's the way it evolves, you know what I mean? But that's, standards you're gonna get people. It's gonna develop. People are gonna push that. What we consider to be, it does seem quite silly to not show guy from the waist down. What's going to happen? He's not going to get you pregnant through the telly. What's the funniest thing I've ever seen or heard in my life? Oh, Christ, that's a bit too expansive, that one. I can't. I honestly don't know. There's been a lot that's been equally funny, but I've done a lot of fun things. I've had a lot of fun, but I can't think of one specific thing. I think the best Blackadder was the third one, because I thought Hugh Laurie's George was fantastic. Everything's a drug when you think about it. Shoes, haircuts, wasps. Alcohol's not a drug, it's a drink. What do you want from life? I've got what I want from life. What are your goals? To carry on doing what I'm doing. Because I'm already doing what I want to do with my life. I'm already at the point where I'm doing what I do. And I've done what I set out to do, what I wanted to do. I've done it and I continue to do it. I'm not going to be going down as a legend or one of the all-time greats, or even someone who's going to be remembered for too long, but that doesn't matter. That's not why I did it. I got to do what I wanted to do with my life and did it well, and some people liked it, so just keep doing that. It'd be nice. None of your damn business who I'm voting for. Thoughts on the IRA? Oh, they're brilliant. See, they were great. They were terrorists, man. You had to be scared of the IRA. They didn't fuck up. They were so confident they phoned you 5 minutes beforehand. We were so scared of the IRA, we used to black them out and get people to dub over their voice. That's how terrified we were. It's just a plant. Well, it's lots of things, isn't it? Nothing's just a plant. Yeah. There are lots of plants that will fucking make your skin melt off if you fucking go near them. What's your favourite flavour of crisp? Honestly, don't know. Depends. Oh, seriously. No, I couldn't say. All of them. I don't like Worcestershire sauce flavour. That pisses me off. And I don't like fucking crisps that have ready salted and there's barely any salt on them. Yeah, I want flavour. Are you Jesus? Not in the current climate. Well, I didn't know. I mean, I wasn't sure up until the age of 32 because, well, I mean, if you read the Bible, Christ didn't know he was Christ until he was 32. So, up until then, I had a shot. I don't think, to be honest, you wouldn't want to be Christ in this day and age. It's not as highly regarded a position. Yeah. Don't know who Cat Williams is. Make you thirsty and hype you up. Yeah, but so does meth. So does cocaine. What's wrong with being hyped up? Some people have such a problem with that. They're like, you should calm down, man. Come on my videos. You need to calm down. Why are you telling a video to calm down? What do you think is going to happen? It's like I've recorded it. How about you? What? Maybe the problem is not me calming down. Maybe it's you. You're getting angry. Maybe you need to get more angry. Yeah? Maybe that's the problem. Yeah. Stop chilling out. Stop telling me to relax and chill. Take it easy. Go with the flow. Don't sweat it, but stop fucking trying to make me calm down. Don't get anything done when you're calm. Yeah, I mean, Nick was the definitive. I mean, I was nearly on the verge of converting when I saw that video. I was like, yeah, if this ain't him, then I don't want it to be true. Yeah, but salt and shake crisps. Who thought that was a good idea? And why do you drink Pepsi? No, because Pepsi I think tastes better. It's sweeter. It's got more. I like that extra sweetness to it. Pepsi's a bit too. Coke's a bit too gassy. Who do you choose? I'd cut my dick off and jump into a fucking furnace. I'd throw it to them too. They can fight over it. Who needs to get angry? Nobody, zombie. I think you get confused very easily. What I'm saying is people always tell me to calm down, and I'm like, why? What's wrong with? Why do I have to calm down? Why can't you just not listen? Or why don't? Maybe me being calm is not the problem. Maybe you not being angry is the problem. That's what I'm saying. It's the people who seem to have to force their chilledness onto you. You know, it's like you don't let people force their religious beliefs onto you. Why do I have to force my entire behaviour? You should chill, man. You should let me fucking know. You should get angry and fucking start shouting about stuff. I mentioned I have Tourette's once. I do have Tourette's. I've had it. Well, I sort of noticed I had it when I was about 9. It's barely noticeable now. Got it under control. But it was really fucking unpleasant when I was younger. Big dick syndrome. Is there any medication? No, thank God for that. Is there anything that can exacerbate the disorder? You have it also. There you go. We share a common bond. We're both twitchy little neurologically disturbed fucks. We both have trouble putting hats on when we're nervous. No, I don't have methods. I just sort of like it's like a sort of release, isn't it? When you click or grunt or make that twitch, it's sort of like when you've held your breath and you breathe in. It's that sort of release. You just sort of go. But you learn to sort of like I'll hold it in here and I'll do it. When I've got a minute of it, there you go, out of the way, it goes past. BDSM's fine. I don't know why people have a go at the BDSM community. It's not like they're hurting anyone. Just go to sleep already. Like, you do realise you don't have to stay here. You think you're keeping me up? It's 10 to 11. What am I fucking 12 years old up in this bitch? Fucking go to sleep. What, because I'm knackered from sitting here talking? Yeah, it's been an exhausting day. Can I remember Scouse Casper? Yeah, she blocked me on Facebook last week because I made a joke about anti-vaxxers and I used the word retarded. And apparently that's the greatest crime in the world. And warranted me being cut out completely. So, fuck her. Apart from his Twitter, well, I don't really have an opinion on it. To be honest, you know, I'm not saying he's not doing good or he's not. I mean, his science stuff is irrelevant to me because it's not any fucking. I don't do science. The God Delusion was not really a great book. He's not really. I don't think he's
I think he's far too disconnected from actual normal people and real life, that sort of most people, he's far too disconnected from it to be able to really sort of have been too much fucking use to. It's hard to sort of argue that religion is you're being held back and you're being sort of, you know, you're suffering because of religion when you've had a career that lasts for several decades. You're worth over $130 million. You own a 120-acre estate house. You've got 15 best-selling books in the world, and you're on TV. You can charge $5,000 for a 30-minute talk, and at the same time you're saying that you're being, you know, that you're being held. Like, what could you have achieved without religion? You know, it's difficult to fucking argue that. You know, he's not and I don't think it's necessarily because he's a bad person. He's just disconnected from it. He's always been a very highly privileged, you know, ivory tower sort of place. He's always been, you know, he's never had to sort of live on the gritty edge of the never. He doesn't know about that. I don't think he understands regular people's problems. You know what I mean? Well, bang on about Dawkins. He asked me a fucking question. You know why he says the things he does? Well, great. I mean, you know why he says. You don't know why he says the things he does. You can assume. You don't know why he says it. You know, it's ableist to call people stupid. No. See, that's what stupid people say. See, I'm not an idiot. So I'm not going to sit here and patronize disabled people by saying it's okay. I've stopped calling people stupid. So you are going to have a much happier life. If you want to do a Scouser impression, you just have to do an impression of a World War I radio. Emotions are illogical. No, emotions are irrational. There's nothing illogical about emotions because they tend to react. You tend to react emotionally in a very similar way to similar situations. That's logical. What would be illogical is if you reacted to some really devastating, upsetting news without emotion. That wouldn't be logical because it wouldn't be what's normal to happen. Yes, but no, he doesn't seem to understand that his desire for people to behave to behave rationally and logically is not. It's easy for him to sit there and have a go at people about it. It's like, well, you're not in that position. You don't have to deal with that. You know, and you come across as just a dick who doesn't have any empathy, and it kind of really doesn't help. You know what I mean? He kind of comes across as a guy who doesn't care about whether or not what people are going through, because I'm just using logic. And well, fuck logic then. For 5 minutes, just shut up about it. And if you're going to use logic, try and use an analogy that doesn't involve rape or, you know, kids being molested. Use an analogy that involves something very sort of innocuous. It's like, and what's wrong with being illogical anyway? Just because you're being illogical doesn't mean you're being wrong. Or there's nothing. Some of the most brilliant and inventive and sort of incredibly unique thinkers of the world and inventors came out from people who were mental. Look at Nikola Tesla. He was a mentalist. He was absolutely insane. You know, just because you're illogical doesn't mean that what you're coming up with is worthless. You know, you might, by not being adherent to logic, you might actually find something that no one else would have done had they been so rigid about it. I'm not saying he's incapable. That make him a psychopath. I just don't think he's not used to this. You know, he's like I said, he's just in that. He lives in that little bubble, and I'm just saying that's how he comes across. He comes across as a guy who's trying to force human beings to react in a way that he should know is not, you know, expecting human beings to not react emotionally to comments you make about rape and paedophilia without emotion. That's illogical, and he should know that. I mean, it should be common sense that if you make comments about stuff like that, yeah, you're going to get an emotional response because you can't disconnect emotion from it. How was Tesla nuts? Well, Tesla was a brilliant inventor, but there's two Nicole Teslas. I'm not going to go into it now. It's fucking far too much. The guy was mental. The guy was insane. Not in a fucking dangerous way, but he was off his fucking tree. Police hard at work. Chain gang. Emoticon porn. That probably exists, sadly, doesn't it? How would that work? What would you put where? Yeah, well, exactly. This is my point. You know, he decries that the war on terror has been won. Bin Laden is the winner. 3 years after he got shot in the face. Why? Because he got his honey taken off him. Now, when everyone knows that since 9/11 the rules have been you can't take liquids on planes, right? It's like that's your standard. You know, it wasn't Guantanamo Bay. It wasn't, you know, people being profiled, or it wasn't, you know, it wasn't anything like that. That wasn't the war on terror. It wasn't the, you know, it wasn't just the fact that we actually ended up doing what the terrorists wanted and falling for it. It wasn't the fact that we fell for that fucking shit. It was, no, it was your honeypot 12 years later. You know, it's like that's how I mean by it's disconnected. No one would moan about that. It's like you should try going through an airport looking like me. You know, I can't believe it. The war on terror is over. I was just finger fucked senseless by some bloke with a rubber glove. I've just had my arse cheeks separated just because. Why? It's just ridiculous. I mean, the Richard Dawkins parody account on Twitter is hilarious. I don't know who does it, but it's fucking brilliant. Yeah, but I mean, a lot of the great geniuses were nuts, fucking, weren't they? I mean, look at Newton was a Looney Tune. Sigmund Freud was a fucking cokehead. Albert Einstein was had a bit of a nutty. Even Stephen Hawking has got his little kooky side to it. One of the guys who landed on the moon ended up sort of climbing Mount Everest trying to find Noah's Ark. I mean, it's bizarre how where these people end up going. Yeah, he was stone cold fucked up, but like I said, he was able to do things like invent calculus. Yeah, just because for the lulz. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, at the time, probably that was not as big an issue. I mean, if he was an alchemist now, that would be bigger, you know. Yeah, well, Freud really only had one theory that anyone remembers. Well, two. That is like men who talk about things that are big all the time. They've got small cocks, and all men want to fuck their mother and kill their dad. I mean, not really, sort of, not really groundbreaking, was it? Looking like to poke his eyeballs, you know. There's probably not a lot to do back then. You didn't have a PlayStation, you didn't have the internet, no Netflix, no iPhones. That was probably quite common. Yeah? That probably was all the rage. That was the Christmas toy that year. New this year, poking your eyeballs. It's wonderful. How many times can you do it before you start bleeding? You know, it's. Your mum invented calculus. Well, it's a bit useless, really, isn't it? She might as well have invented the fucking wheel. What's she going to do next? Discover fire. Learn how to make a beaker. What do I think of autistic people? I don't think anything about autistic people. Why would I have an opinion on someone because they're autistic? Just, that's life, isn't it? That's what happens. That's how fucking weird nature is. It has no fucking... It doesn't make sense. It creates the weirdest things without it, you know. It's not thinking. Bye. 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 Don't say bye. Come on, what are we, fucking 12 years old? Good day. TTFN. Well, not everyone wants to fuck your mother, Sven. Yeah. Well, the first 10 or 12 times, gets a bit boring. It kind of lost its edge after she stopped charging me. What's your opinion on fishermen? Can you still ask me what my opinion is on random labels for people? My dad's a fisherman. I used to be fishing. It's just it's a hobby. I want ethics in fishing journalism. That's why you couldn't be bummed by Brett Keane. He would have to stand up. Or you would have to have some sort of pulley system to move his guy out of the way. It'd be very complicated. I don't think you could do it. I know Michael Savage. Yeah, what Michael Savage thinks, when you start a phrase with Michael Savage thinks, anything beyond that is immediately rendered new. I don't even need to know what it is. I just need to know that that actually was, he said something that he thought, and that's gone. And it's whatever it is, I'll never need to know it. You know, it's like Ann Coulter, you know. Are you happy? Yes. What are you worried about? Sorry. The thing about people like Michael Savage, they only say stuff like that to get attention because no one cares about what they think anymore. Like, you know, almost none of them believe this shit. They're just trying to get fucking. They're just desperate to get fucking viewers and get in the papers. America is the only country where I've watched the news, and the news companies have stories about other things happening on news companies. Like you have, like when you have MSNBC, you know, and they're doing things about what happened on Fox News, or you have independent news stories doing things about it never happens anywhere else. You don't get ITV News doing stuff about a story that was on the Sky News or on the BBC. You just get on with it with the news. It's bizarre. They're so competitive that they have to constantly fight for each other. Is it normal to breathe through your anus? Well, it's not normal, but it doesn't mean it's not. Could come in handy. Trying to think when. No. If you were buried head first in cement, naked, yeah, that'd be handy then. Because I imagine your breath wouldn't be much. That's because Rob made Thunderfoot stuff dating tape interesting. And to be fair, given the fact that that was made about 5 years ago, and looking at where Thunderfoot's gone now, that was actually quite tame in terms of creepiness, wasn't it? He actually has managed to fucking outdo the parody. When is it's not coming out fucking anytime soon, mate, trust me. Don't even fucking, don't sit around waiting. Give yourself... No, I didn't find the backup to the Rise of Muslim Shah. I could make it again. It took like 5 minutes, but you guys still at this? Why do people always say that when they come in? The first thing they say is this still going on? No, you're hallucinating, or we're all sat here. We're just waiting for you to get back. We weren't going to finish without you. We ride together, we die together. We start, we finish. Have you seen this? Yeah. Big and shiny at the end, isn't it? Well, wait till it extends. Yeah. This is the best telescope I've ever had. Are you working on a cartoon? Well, not at the moment, no. It's difficult. It's difficult because I'm trying to make something that's too big for my. That's why I'm putting little bits of cartoon in my main videos, so I can do it slowly. Performance art, no. You think this is art? No, this is not art. This is an insult to art. I know there are some people who would call it art. Cult of Dusty would call this a stand-up gig. TJ would call this a podcast. I call it just chatting on a camera on the internet. I don't need to fucking amp it up. When's the next YouTube Olympics thing? Fucking, why are you asking that? When was the last one? What, 2010? And you're now asking when's the next? It ain't gonna be. There ain't gonna be one. It's just I can't be bothered with it. If someone else wants to do it, they can. There's nothing stopping anyone else doing it. Do you love us, Coughlan? Well, you're like a gingerhead stepson. You have to. Do you watch KSI? Yes, I do. And hug us? No, I'm not hugging you. Talk about a Serbian film. Fuck off. Why don't we not talk about the same things we talk about before? Stop asking me about shit. Every time it's the same. When's the next fucking Polish Olympics never going to come? It's never coming. I'm going to sit here and never do it. I'm going to announce it, but I'm never going to do it. In this, to be honest, YouTube's changed so much. I don't think you could probably do it to the same level of success. Now he thinks we're all idiots. No, no. I didn't think you were all idiots. That was an assumption I made, and I had it confirmed. Not that I'm much better, but see, zombie, you're not. You've got some shot. You're self-aware. It's good to know when you're an idiot. They're the least idiotic ones. It's the people who don't think they're idiots that are the most biggest idiots. To quote Confucius, he who knows the most is he who knows nothing. Better Call Saul. Don't like it. And you're already into it. I'm not a tortured genius at all. I'm not in any way a tortured genius. I wish I was. No, I'm not a genius and I'm not tortured. I'm a slightly fucked up, bloke who's, quite good at what he does. I'm, reasonably talented mess. Fields based on a real person, yes. Roosh V is literally the only person who. Roosh V is like the only one who wasn't a cartoon, but quite obviously, I was quite obviously being very blunt with that one. War Corpse is quite obviously, a parody of War Corpse. John the Other is just a grey blob, and Philip Buchanan, Mike Buchanan is the leader is Mike Buchanan, and the combination of him and some other bloke. And who's the last one? Oh yeah, Davis Arini. That's my favourite one, Davis Arini. That took 6 hours to do that cartoon, to design that. And I don't know. People probably got bored. There comes a point you can only do soft porn videos like that for so long. People need to eventually see something. And let's face it, her channel was a complete fucking con. Yes, I'm going to teach you Japanese, really. Yes, at a rate of 1 word a week. Wow, who learned one? I bet you won't find one person who learned a sodding word of Japanese from her. What happened to Willett? He did nothing. He stood his ground. Probably did so with a clenched arse, but he did it. Can we talk about how shit his abuse? No. You need to make dinner. So you should liberate yourself, darling. Now, women don't have to stay in the kitchen anymore. We let them go. They can go to the garden if they want. Well, in fairness, they're not prominent. They're just people who are around. But they're people who, if you know about the issue, you'd have heard of them. But if you haven't heard of them, you'd still know. There's enough there that you don't have to have heard of them to sort of get the to sort of be able to still get it. You don't need to know who War Corps is in order for you to be able to sort of still understand that character. 4 hours. No, it's not 4 hours. It's now 5. Did you really? Well, if he told you that, then I'm only doing it now to fucking just annoy him. I'm worried about it. I've never known anyone could be concerned about a fidget. What does he think I like? I like too much sugar. You'd like to punch in the face. I think you should. Is that really a question you need to ask? What? Yes, there's a queue. Ends in another hemisphere, probably on a different planet. Most people, including people I like, including people I'm friends with, there's going to be a few punches given. I'm not violent. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, there we go. How did glory hole spread? I think it's pretty obvious, man. Oh, it was termites. Yeah. Anyone else blacked out? Isn't that a bit racist these days? What you mean, like a minstrel? We've lost him. Hold on. Wait. That it? Anyone here fapped Pamela Geller? I hope not. I would rather there were people who engaged in like bestiality with like dead animals that they made out of bits of other animals. I couldn't. It would be a challenge. I think I should deserve a medal for doing that. It's like trying to wank to a Komodo dragon. Yeah. Will there be any more happy? Not really, no. I've pretty much covered everything, mate. It's pretty hard to sort of top the stuff I've done. There's no point just reading the same old crap. If I get a particularly special bit, I will happily cover it, but It's all the same shit, really. You've heard most of it. It can't be MILF. They haven't got any kids. That would require breeding. They're slightly obtuse. Review genitalia at sex life. No. That seems, I consider that to be natural, you know, sort of, and sort of just draw. It's what people feel when I'm around them. You know. It's, you can't help what I bring out on you. No, if I know it's fake, I'm not going to bother. Would I pee in Galen's mouth? I don't know. There's so many other worthwhile things that deserve my urine. You know? People like talking about their genitals on the internet. Well, to be fair, I think that people were talking about their genitals long before the internet. You know? I don't think I ever had a problem. You're a fucking weirdo with too much time on your hands. Well, then, if you're a fucking weirdo, you should find much better ways to. Buck. Well, I'm going to turn the camera off to give it a. Have you considered getting a pet? No, because if I did, I'd have to look after it and it would die. What do I do for work when I'm not doing comedy and interviews? At the moment, nothing. You don't have to go to those sites, you know. You just look under the bed. No. I couldn't get under the bed. It's just the only reason this mattress is staying level is because I shoved everything in this room under the bed. There's literally nothing. There's literally no space for anything anywhere else. Yeah, that's what I had to do. There you go. Bye bye, idiot warrior. I hope it was worth making the account. Get a pet rock. Why don't I just have a pet anything? Why don't I just say this is my pet Coke can and just? Why don't I just do that? You know, it's like people. I get sea monkeys. They died after a day. You get fucking. You know, any pets are worth getting are ones that are fucking look after themselves. And there's no point then. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. I think. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Let's go back up here. EDL is not dead, motherfucker. Yeah, it's so alive and well that you have to come here and tell me that. It's not something I can work out. You see, this is the debate. Yeah. Why did you lose your job? I lost my job because my boss didn't like me and he wanted to he would rather hire 2 young lads to do half my hours each for half the wages. That was it. I never did anything wrong. Just it. He was a tight ass. And where are we? We worship everything. Does Russell Brand count as a politician? No. What? He's not in a politics, so why would he? He's not even a political comedian. He's barely even that. A politician. You have to be in politics to be a politician. Do you rub your beard and stuff? No. English doesn't need from. Hey, what fun idea. Let's all talk about. Are you doing an 8-ball right now? Yes, I'm doing an 8-ball right now. I've been on screen for 5.5 hours. Like, and in that time, I've managed to do an 8-ball without anyone noticing. Well done for being the 350th person to try to come up with that original fucking tactic. Oh, is you on drugs again? He boned Katy Perry. Wow, that must be difficult for a guy who's with his $20 million fortune, his global, worldwide superstardom, and his, Hollywood career. Yeah, I can see why she, must have been a real fucking difficult